Hello, boys and girls. I had some audio issues. A weird audio issue made a short-lived, hopefully short-lived return. I'm doing gacha king. Yeah, that sure was a thing yesterday. Sure was. Why is my name green? You've been infected with the gifted memberships. You've been cursed. It's over for you. Hey there, OKK? Oh no. Yeah, yesterday was that was funny. That was funny. I really genuinely wasn't even supposed to like stream my pulls or anything. Because originally I was supposed to do like maybe, I don't know, like 20 pulls and then just wait to shard. But man, the bit was so good. And Xenesis, I see you've been quoting things, you've been reading some books here and you've been singing some songs. Yeah, the bit was just so good though. It was so funny. Like damn. It was kind of worth it just for that. It was a very funny 8 minutes. I did watch the Game Awards, very mistakenly. I was like, I'll just watch a little bit, you know, like I'll just watch a little bit. And then I ended up being awake until 6 AM. And I'm a little bit tired because of that. I did not sleep as much as I usually would. I had to take a nap as well. I actually woke up from a nap like 40 minutes ago. So I'm a little like, huh? Also, the video has apparently done well enough and gotten so many comments that it's no longer giving me notifications for getting comments. Which is all funny. I did see Enfield leaks, yes. I won't be showing them on stream or talking about them in specifics, but yes, I have seen them. We're in the Enfield leaks era, which is wild. We got nothing for the Game Awards for Enfield. Instead, we're getting leaks? It's like, huh? How? How is this the timeline that we're in? Yeah, EU time zone is raw for TGA. Imagine watching 3 hours of stops for 2 minutes of Hoyo ads. Couldn't be me. I mean, I kind of regret it, you know, just because it is so late. But I mean, I still had kind of like a good time looking at, like, just watching it. Like, I don't know, there's something about those like award shows that I think there's an innate sense of enjoyment. Of just kind of, because I mean, first of all, yeah, I don't really mind that the awards part of the Game Awards is very small. I care more about the trailers and stuff. And there was a couple cool looking things in there as well. And also this year was just very solid, I feel, presentation wise. There wasn't any weird goofs and gaffs. Like weird scuffed shit. Except some audio issues, but... Should you go through Kantos in Limbus or focus on MD past 3 times a week? Oh, you mean if you just started Limbus? Focus on Kantos. Kantos is the good stuff. But you do want to try and do your weekly MDs. But you also want to just try and unlock hard MD as quick as you can so that you don't have to do it 3 times a week and just do it once. Polar Bear Gang. Did I use ideality? I did use the ideality, yeah. I just used the ideality to actually get done after I ended stream for the funny. It was kind of Balatro. I mean, the only thing that Balatro didn't win that it was part of was game direction, like game directing and then game of the year. Seeing Astra, yeah, in ZZZ. Yeah, there really wasn't any infield. I mean, after like 2 hours, I was like, I think it's too late to have, you know, an end field trailer in here. It would have been like much earlier on. Because like last year when there was an end field trailer for TGA, it was in like the first half an hour. It was in the pre-show last year. Already. So once it had been like an hour, 2 hours, it was like, okay, I don't think there's gonna be an end field trailer, guys. Okay, oh, you mean the movie collab skins? Yeah, they're really cool. Like, how many movie references do you want? Yes. Oh yeah, and then Forest, first look in. You got 2 fucking... Well, that's where my fucking duns are. Xenis has got 2 of them in 110. But yeah, no infill trailer. Instead, we got fucking leaks. Like, huh? Actually, there was actually a couple new images that I hadn't looked through yet, like higher quality. Because there was one leak with like a bunch of super low quality images. Now they've actually been uploaded in full quality. So I'm actually just kind of looking at them real quickly. But these are just like base building stuff, more so. I mean, okay, the main thing that you see here is more map. Oh, and okay, yeah, You see some environmental stuff. Stream before Honkai 2.7? Actually, I'll probably try next week to go through the new Honkai, the Star Rail story. Isn't it obligatory for AK to have all new stuff leaked? No. No, AK leaks are actually... Arknights leaks are actually not really that common. Like, for global, it's different. Like, global is different because we get data mines. We already know what's coming, and then we just get data mines confirming dates and stuff. But obviously, we know everything that's coming because of CN server. But there are leaks for Arknights, but they're not, like, spread around a huge amount. So no, like Arknights doesn't have like a huge leak culture like a lot of the, you know, other bigger gacha games. But it's very likely that Enfield will end up having like similar leak stuff. Like leak following, consistent leaks, possibly. Well, I mean, possibly. I guess it somewhat depends on, you know. But it almost feels appropriate, not necessarily positive, but appropriate that it would end up having similar leak stuff to Wuthering Waves and the Hoyo games and so on. But yep, they sure do exist, which is wacky. They sure do exist. Oh, did the... Oh, I might have seen one. I might have seen the real sussy new... Like, it was a fairly suspicious leak for the new Sui. I think I did see some super crunchy fucking 2-pixel image. Which is like, I guess it could be. Oh yeah, I haven't touched the EX stages yet. I haven't actually cleared all the story stages yet even. I saved the boss stage for when I get to it reading, but we'll see. Makes me lose my marbles, oh boy. And also, yeah, we'll see how far we read today. I almost kind of had a plan that I'd read the whole thing, but I think that might not be reasonable with a little bit of delay, and I think it's at least 5 hours, and with streamer debuff, it's probably more like 6. So, and then tomorrow I might be doing something else, so then I probably won't finish it tomorrow. Unless something changes. So I'll probably get as far as we can today. And then I might do a Monday stream to finish before the event closes, because Monday should be last day of event, so. So we might try and just get as far as we can today and finish on Monday or something. Go past midnight and finish stream tomorrow. Yeah, that's the thing. I could. Maybe if I would have started slightly early, would have been reasonable. Like, it is a length that's like reasonable to actually read in one go, I think. But maybe in this situation, it isn't as reasonable. Like, if I wasn't reading it on stream, I probably would easily read it just now. Very quickly, I could read the entire thing. Now, let me buy some boyos. As many as I can. There we go. Kanto Emily-san got teased. Already, man. I mean, I guess they would be working on the song pretty early, but yeah. Man, the fucking lobby music, though. Should we get into it? I've cleared up to here, so yeah, I just have the boss that I haven't done. I've cleared up everything else, just so that I got to a good farming map. So that I had something to use my stamina on. Longer end of regular events, about the length of Silberhertz. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that gives me a pretty good idea on... What if AK leaks Limbus Egos? Oh, but AK probably wouldn't leak the Limbus Egos. Those would be on Limbus's side, so... Yeah, so we'll probably read... I mean, we'll probably get over halfway. Because, I mean, I did do Lake to Silberhertz in one stream, but I didn't read it out loud. I was speed reading it in my head. Just to sort of get it out of the way, because I didn't have time. So that's a bit different. But yeah, so I'll probably be... We read as much as we can tomorrow, then I'll probably come back on Monday to finish it. So that I can finish it before the actual event ends. We could just get right into it, though. Tide Watcher. People dreamed wild dreams about the cities beneath the waves before they saw one with their own eyes. Oh, true, yeah, Xenesis, yeah. This event is pretty far into the storyline. It's like, it's deep into it. Fucking cubes, man. Hunter is walking on Seacoast Way, with homeland left a mile behind. His path lies ahead. From his 4 present children he was torn. Into the seas his lover was swept away, floating in the deep, dead. Oh, it's the Hunter song. I did catch Game Awards, unfortunately. Beautiful karaoke. Actually, I wonder if this is the same lyrics as to the... Because there is the actual Hunter's song. Like, it exists. Wondering if it was just the same lyrics. They felt slightly different. Okay, yeah, this is, at the very least, it's different. Sound of waves passed above the spray, where his feet disobey his command. Hey, the borderline? Wherever does his heart still sway? Okay, yeah, the lyrics did seem slightly different, which was like This feels wrong. Long time no see, Scotty. Whoa, she's back in... Oh, well, I guess she would... Oh yeah, she's been in this... Man, Scotty needs, I guess in Undertides, actually, she did have the singer costume on. Scotty needs, like, a glow-up to the normal outfit. Just for the VN segments. If she don't know, I don't think she knows what laundry is. Been a while, Doctor. You're supposed to meet that chatty Lee Berry, but you don't seem surprised to see me. You and Elysium are both Rose operators. This is a lot closer to your homeland, after all. True. You're an hour later than Kelts had estimated. Guess the Inquisition's review process is strict, even with an official notice from a saint. After only 3 months, nearly all the town's residents have moved inland, aside from a few workers, replaced by lots of people from the penal battalion. They must be preparing for something. Jaeger contacted Iberia a week ago. This forgotten town has become a lot less quiet since. Being surrounded by sea scum already sets the young soldiers on edge. Hearing Jaeger's voice only made it worse. It demands a response, maybe caution. When the Undersea Nation finally speaks, you have to listen. Turn left at the sculpture, and the sea is a quick 10-minute walk. We'll head straight to the Eye of Iberia. Dum, 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 dum. Say, Doctor, you hear the sound of the waves? Scotty turns her head slightly into the sea breeze. Her hair dances in the wind, the same color as the shadows in her eyes. Their layering has gone complex. I hear sound of stars drifting across the sky, the never-ending sound of nature, and a language forever incomprehensible. It's so 2020, yep. Isharmla. I'm here. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Not ominous at all. Are you alright, Scotty? It's like I get more nervous the closer I am. Never mind, it's hard to explain. Maybe I'm sleep deprived. Ever since our last voyage, I feel like I've inherited shark's nightmares. I love how they call each other by shark and like orca and swordfish. I'm always winning. Speaking of the sea, why did Dr. Keltz call you over so urgently? I don't remember you having anything to do with the ocean. Wouldn't recall even if I did, but it doesn't feel unfamiliar, at least. Not much of an answer. Right, I forgot about your condition. Fuck. No wonder you have gave such an answer. Yes, Scotty, you have worse amnesia than Doc does. Oh well, I'm sure she had her reasons. Let's go. It'll be dark soon. Okay, I didn't even like register that. Oh yeah, Doctor is here now. Doctor obviously wasn't here for the previous 2 events in the series. He's only been brought in now. The water effect. Cinnamon. Yo, it's shark and swordfish. I'll take a step back if I were you. I need to shake myself dry. Hey there, Dr. Kelsit. Not many people can track us abyssal hunters. Swordfish tell you we'd be coming ashore here in advance? Elysium deployed a data collector in these waters, and a direct connection to the Eye of Iberia's central console system ever since its calibration. Can already track underwater targets? The library's not half bad. Am I to understand then that Rhodes Island and the Inquisition have deepened their ties? 1 week ago, the undersea city contacted Iberia via special comms frequency, informing them that Aegir would be establishing a waterway between the Aegir home territories and dry land. In the face of such a grand project, Iberia could only gather intelligence through the Great Lighthouse's positioning system. Evidently, your position as Chief Designer of Warfare did not afford you any knowledge of this. Tell Kaltze what we discovered, Shark. The Captain and I have swum out to where Stultifera sank 3 times now. The last dive was only 10 days ago. The first time, we could still see the exploded wreckage on the sea floor. Under what little light filtered from the surface, the gilded interior was more like a smudge of paint. But this time around, the entire thing had completely disappeared, replaced by a cluster of coral, thrumming with life. Maybe accustomed to dreaming, but that felt unreal even to me. The monument to lost civilization and its history stood for but a brief time. The Stultifera Navis has been completely claimed by the sea. Or to be precise, it's become part of a seaborne nest. Their environmental assimilation is accelerating at a frightening pace. But there's something even more noteworthy. We found traces of battle, recent ones. A completely barren patch of sea, lacking even marine snow. A warped out, shattered stretch of seafloor clearly pockmarked by micro-singularities. Only the fleets of Aegir's legions could be behind that. As a landwalker, Kelsit, the knowledge of an interest you hold towards Aegir are nothing less than extraordinary. Though separated by boundless seas, Aegir has always been a part of Terra. Regardless, Gladea and I have decided to head to that city. Risky decision, no doubt. Perhaps a tad. Considerably. As such, we hunters have been observing it for a while. Before our final operation, I attended a military conference between the Academy of Science and the Academy of Technology, as the Abyssal Hunter's chief designer of warfare. Hey there, Miko Games? What the hell was that? Huh? My voice? Do you think Scotty sometimes actually put her legs through their thigh holes? Yeah, for sure. She would. Among the battle plans they drew up together, I do not recall anyone calling for a military stronghold to approach dry land with, nor any project involving waterways. Aegir has, without a doubt, undergone great changes. My contact with the home territories was completely severed after we slew Isharma. It is difficult to determine the truth of the matter from the information we possess. It's still hardly reason enough for you to return to Aegir. I don't believe I'm the first to try to dissuade you either. Didn't your colleague already do so? Do you mean Ulpianus? He would understand that the land holds no answer for us. We must return to the sea. If his strategy is to maintain a distance from Aegir, then all the more reason for us to return in an official capacity. Ever since I woke from my dream, the waves would tell me, time and time again, that the lost should return home. The Abyssal Hunters must return. Very well, I understand. Then I'll go with you, Gladea. That would indeed be a rare opportunity for you. I'll be representing more than myself on this visit. More than Rose Island, even. Iberia as well. Given all that you already bear, they would give you another burden. It was also my decision. Rose Island's cooperation with the Iberian Inquisition has only just begun, much like our own. Kelsit stares at Gladea. The hunter's face remains devoid of expression, even the blowing sea wind failed to crease it. After a short moment of silence, Gladea nods her head. Thank you, Shelpad. At least there's some joy to be had of some form. How many days has it been since we were contacted by Aegir, Irene? 8, to Santidad. And outside of the necessary deployments, meetings, and to rest, you've spent these 8 days here, watching the sea. They haven't given us a concrete time frame for the next contact. I understand you don't we miss their next move, but look at the sea before you, Irene. The colors of the deep sea bubble up, merely indistinguishable from one another. Against the vastness of the ocean surface, the sky seems gloomy. The water crashes against the reef, whipping up waves several meters tall, the roars dashing against this small corner of the land. Water crashes against the reef. Tic-tac-toe burp. Yeah. By Iberian standards, an ocean without a hint of sea terror flesh is a gentle one, no matter how noisy it may be. An old friend of mine was once the most talented bard of the port. But after that grand port sank into silence, he fled north, past the starving masses to the Iberian interior, to the small town that would one day become the capital. I saw him kneeling by the broken town gates, weeping uncontrollably. From his weeping, the town obtained its new name, Perdonidora. Forgiveness has left us. However, what people needed at the time was not mourning, but consolation. Many prefer to use the shortened term perdoni, forgiveness. And now, the last eye of Iberia, the final legacy of the Golden Age, shines bright once more. What do you think that signals, Irene? Hope and determination. Hope and determination, of course. Ah, youth. Determination in your eyes is brighter than Dario's when he was your age. Good, good. But those words, as inspiring as they are often not the fully correct answer. After half a century of being pushed back, our front is finally advancing. Soon this will become a new center of the Inquisition. But at the same time, we must necessarily bear everything to the ocean, to Seaborn and Aegir alike. Iberia is stretched thin. This country can no longer hide its exhaustion and sickness. It's a simple fact, plain for all to see. And there's another fact to consider. We can retreat no further. boy! Maestro... Ah, it's been a while, Don Irene. Indeed it has. Yo, it's the boyfriend and the girlfriend. Look, they're complimenting. She's complimenting him right away. They love each other. Does clothes suit you? Thank you. Right, there's been an emergency. The lighthouse just picked up signals of unknown origin. This seems to be coming from the sea. Not the sea, but the sky. Jordy, I think we can already see them. Oh my Jesus Christ. These typos, bro. I think we can already see them. Carmen and Irene are fixated on the distant sky. The young clerk follows suit. He freezes on the spot. Oh. Yeah, hello. Spreen fans in shambles. It's Jover, man. I mean, I like Spreen. Like, I think Spreen is kind of good as well, but I mean, dude, Jordy Irene is just canon. Like, come on. They might as well be married. Look how good. Dude, Irene looks so good. Slightly worrying. They see a school of Finns soaring through the sky. What are they? Bionic drones. The islanders brought similar creations to land all those years ago. The matrix of drones crosses the sea in the blink of an eye, matching the height of the towering lighthouse. One separates itself from the formation and slowly hovers before the three. Its wings open and close like fins, like a speck of light dancing in the void, and soon after an amiable and charismatic female voice resounds from it. God damn, they really are high-tech. Fucking A-gears, man. Her feathers are growing. Yeah, Irene's feathers are indeed growing. They just slowly grow over time. People of Iberia, do not be alarmed. Aegir greets you. I'm Clementia, a technology consul of our Institute of Societal and Administrative Supervision. Carmen holds his lantern aloft, looking serenely at the drone before him. Two completely different forms of light face each other, as though in a dialogue between two different civilizations, or a confrontation. Saint Carmen Iberia, of the Iberian Inquisition. I believe this is the first official communication between our nations. Indeed. You speak our tongue as well as any Iberian. I installed an Iberian language model before leaving the home territories. Hope you'll forgive me if I ever use the wrong expression. Moreover, forgive me for having to contact you in this form, Sir Iberia. We have no objections to your appearance, Madam Consul. I only regret that it has taken us so long to begin this conversation. Despite your so-called waterway project being more than half complete and close at hand, we Iberians find ourselves in complete ignorance of it. To make amends, we'd like to invite your envoys to visit our city. Aegir respects the efforts Iberia has made when you were caught up in the Seaborn crisis. Caught up in? Do you mean to say that everything Iberia has faced was merely the aftermath of your crisis? I do? Let's not be tied bound by formalities, sir. We recognize the power of language. Your name itself, Carmen Iberia, is a symbol of courage and valor. This is why we came to you. We hope that by reaching an accord with Iberia and the other terrestrial nations, we will be able to create a waterway that links directly to land. We will clear the stretch of sea between Aegir's home territories and the land, so as to facilitate our forces coming ashore. I hope I need not remind you what sending an army to another nation's border implies on land. Given the enormity of the oncoming threat, we will exhaust every means at our disposal to resist it. I am more than willing to come explain to you in person if necessary, but it would be easier for you to understand the situation if you were to join us in the depths. The fleets of our legions 8 and 10 are patrolling and suppressing the seaboard in these waters. They will soon escort you to our city of Miliarum. This drone formation will continue to notify you of any nearby combat or environmental changes until you have safely arrived at the city. There may be an unprecedented disaster brewing beneath the waves. Sir Inquisitor, I worry that though the Earth is vast, it is but an isolated island. Yeah, the Aegir really are just like... I think they just got lucky with their spawn, okay? I think they just found more precursor tech than the others at the bottom of the sea. The lights of the drone matrix cut out, putting a stop to their sudden communication. The sea breeze continues to blow as the old man slowly lowers his lantern. You just spawned better and spawned diff, man. A waterway that links directly to land. She's eloquent, but arrogant, no doubt. A haughty adult wielding a weapon, loath to use finesse when dealing with an unarmed child. Irene informed our cooperation partners of this most recent communication. Kelsit has already agreed to serve as Iberia's envoy. The Abyssal Hunters should also have made their decision by now, considering they've always had reservations about the waterway program. Right away. I'll also keep the other Inquisitors in Granfaro abreast of the situation. No, she left her BF. I've made a recording of your entire conversation with Aegir, Mastro. Please, take a look. As for whether you approve of me going, I recall you submitted your application a week ago. Yes, since the Aegir fleet is on their way now, I was wondering if... Never hesitate when you've already made up your mind. It only makes you less persuasive. When I was younger, Uncle Thiago was always worrying about me. He'd tell me, Jordi, you should leave Granfaro, leave Iberia. But he never told me where to go. Aegir was always my homeland under the sea, but I had no way of approaching it. Never heard the voice of Aegir or seen its cities. But now it's so close. The Inquisition has approved your application, Jordi Fontanarossa. You will serve as an envoy of Iberia and accompany Irene and Kelsit to the Aegir city. Thank you, Maestro. Don't thank me, this isn't a reward. Your work since joining the Inquisition has not been particularly good. Yikes. I chose Irene because she has already readied herself, even going as far as to renounce her long-standing faith. And I chose you because you are still bewildered and frustrated. Your weakness will consume you. Joining the Inquisition was a test. Returning to your homeland is another. I understand. Michael Jordan. Horseman! Rosidante! Oh, hi, Whoopi. Whoopi. The horse. It's the deepest part of the trench. They hold out its sides to make their nest. That's why we never noticed it before, despite circling this place several times. Yes, I smell it too. The scent. After destroying the ocean's native ecosystem, the Seaborn have created a new one that serves only them. Comprehensive Seaborn ecosystem, where once it only existed in an oceanic abyss. Return, Rocinante. I will carry on alone. Swag its neck in annoyance. Rocinante subscribed to the monster form of communication. Why is it Ulpipi and not just Ulpi? I'm not sure where it started, but because originally I believe there was Lapland, which was Lapi, and then it became Lapipi. And I think that just transferred over to Ulpian, where it's Ulpianus, and then you have Ulpian, and then you get Ulpi, and then you get Ulpipi. I'm not sure where the extra P comes from, but... The entire continental shelf has changed. I must know who churned these waves. Tell the knight to continue the hunt. We will not be parted for long. Jellyfish. He already has 1 P, yeah. Ulpianus swims into the nest. He chooses not to use stealth. Luminescent vegetative seaborn light up every corner of the nest. There's nowhere to hide in the first place. Atop sets of spiraling blades, minute and curiously shaped organisms sleep or perhaps drift along. The rocks of the seafloor cannot be seen. The fine tendrils of the nether sea brands slowly swaying the current, catching fragments of organic matter. They weave together into thick mats, drowning out any sound Ulpianus makes. He can sense the changes in his own body. His consciousness extends and his body relaxes, as though every cell in his body is trying to respond to something. He is clearly an invader, but the entire lair blooms in response to him. Ulpianus came. Ulpianus is nearly able to see through the approaching Seaborn's translucent body. He waits for it to spit out its clumsy words about preying or being preyed on by him, but nothing comes. The Seaborn thinks about his thoughts. Finally, you have traveled far. Here, sufficient nutrients. Shed your cumbersome flesh. Oh, Monka! Return, grow, migrate. For you, I was born, Ulpianus, only for you. I untangle your doubt, I guide you. Return to the embrace of we many. Why did you migrate? Where will you go? You still waver, Ulpianus. You must know we many, kin, you must know. The Genozoic will soon awaken. The Genozoic must return. A new cycle. Develop the ocean. Leave the ocean. The Genozoic will awaken? Leave the ocean? Yes, Ulpi, that's what they said. We many see a new path ahead. We hurry. What connection is there between you and the affairs of the city? I don't think they know of Ulpianus' character. I don't think he would gladly join the seaboard. I'm gonna be real here. Dad went fishing. And yeah, it does indeed imply that Ulpi just like knows the last night. They're just like buddies. They're just like bros. And I want to know, well, because at the very end of Stultifera Navis, in like the sort of post credits of Stultifera Navis, we see Ulpianus and the knight meeting. So it was because of that. They met back at the end of Stultifera. And also, yeah, but more so, it's like, oh, Rocinante can detach from the knight. Because obviously in the boss form of Last Night, they look very fused together. A path of life? Oh yeah. Okay, Kay actually said the whole Stultifera bit that I just said. I believe Ulpi killed the last one and stole his horse. No! A lone trail. No way, a lone trail. Peak, man, peak! When they saw it for themselves, they understood that it was just another homeland to somebody, no matter how different it may seem. First contact. Man, that lobby music, though. Look at these bros. Oh yeah, I think it was. I think there was a little bit of Greekness on. Well, not really Greekness. I don't know what it is. To like the A-gear stuff. I guess it's just like high tech. Like it's super clean. But I feel like there was some points where I looked at like some of the aesthetic and it was a little bit Greeky. Yeah, obviously it's inspired by Atlantis, but then Atlantis is somewhat inspired by sort of ancient Greekish stuff and even Roman stuff. So, and yeah, hi there, Samir. A-gear researcher A. Based on geological conditions, it's a promising volcano, but the location is less than optimal. It'd be difficult to establish a lengthy energy transportation pipeline while fending off seaborne attacks. Did you read the Academy of Technology's report? Hydrogen from seawater can be used to maintain operation of the Legion fleet. It would be difficult to guarantee uninterrupted energy supply to the beacon. It alone counts for half this entire city's energy consumption. It used to be much worse. My ancestors had to design a bioenergy system for it, maintained through the joint effort of a dozen cities. This day and age, a system like that would be attacked by the seaborne before it could even be activated. Regardless, we need to find a way to ensure power supply for the beacon. Maybe Oppius would know a way? Let me get it. Oh. Did you forget? Still in the home territories and our cities are under radio silence. Can't exactly lay fiber optic cables like we used to either. What with all the seaborne out there? They just got fucking fiber optic cables! They made an entire civilization around the Atlantic fiber optic cables. I miss the days when we could get anyone in the country on a holographic call whenever we wanted. They really are fucking high tech. Like, good god, they're like actual sci-fi techers. Wait. What if we modified the output mode of the energy converter? They're yapping. They're tech yapping? Doctor ratio people. Kinda, yeah. Like, yeah, you look at something like this is just like a slightly more like they have like togas on, which is, that's like, you know, that's very Greek. I guess it's because Atlantis inspired and Atlantis is, you know, a sort of Greekish myth. Yeah, Spectre just biting cables for fun. Oh, A-gear Doctor. Dude, damn, A-gear Doctor this hot? Gee. We have extremely limited experience in this area. There's always a safety risk. With you in charge of the cognitive link, I believe the risk is reasonable. Well, I'm glad you're that confident in me, but I'm not. Who knows what an extended conversation via cognitive link with our transformed countryman would do for both our minds. There's been plenty of research into this. Won't be good as long as you keep a steady hand. Even in the home territories, there are very few cases of transformed citizens being granted a final interview. Most are simply euthanized. Oh, like transformed into Seaborn, I guess? Can't believe I just copied Arknights. So true. Consul Clementia's ideals are radical, as always. Which is exactly why I followed her here. By sorting through the threads of reason via conversation, we can grant them a chance to leave a final trace of their sapience in the world. What better way to send them off than with a stimulating debate? Sadly, most of the survivors the Sea Patrol brings back are already transformed beyond recognition. Precious few have the opportunity to return to the city to receive a final interview. Say, We're witnessing history unfold here, aren't we? Or maybe we're just doing our jobs. Trust that the Institute of Development Planning's faith in you is not misplaced. Make your preparations. Thanks. See you in the isolation chamber. Jordy! Excuse me? I'm gone for a while and get introduced to sand. What the hell is sand? It's this thing usually on beaches quite often. It's like very small rocks, you know? Kind of whitish, slightly yellowish. Generally speaking. What the? A catastrophe under the sea? Taken by surprise, the young man loses balance and falls, but an even stranger sight stifles his cry of surprise. He sees the passers-by float into the air, swimming through it like fins through water, paying little heed to the swaying city below. As things return to normal, some land and walk away, continuing their conversations like nothing had happened, while others continue to swim forward through the air. He recalls the Aegir rituals the people of Granfara had told him about when he was little. Get up, Jordy. Right. Don Irene? Next time you go out, remember to put on the device that the Sea Patrol gave us when we landed yesterday. They're out on a date! I know Arknights copied everything from Genshin. Yes, true. Genshin was released multiple years after Arknights, but you know. Actually, not multiple years. Some years. Right, I remember that from the briefing videos. Which one was it again? The fourth one. Technicians at the port reminded me. They make regular adjustments to their gravity settings as part of what it takes to maintain the low gravity environment of Miliarium. They just have a low gravity environment. This place is fucking wild! Like, I knew they were high tech, but this is like they're kind of giving vibes of being like the closest to like previous civilization in tech and also like attitude, because they were like, oh, we love debating, and like the previous civilization has the whole debate thing with Preserver and so on. They seem to like be pretty getting like kind of close to that sort of existence. They said it's like a fin adjusting its swim bladder. A fin adjusting its swim bladder? You mean a fish adjusting its swim bladder? Dude, the quality control sometimes for these things is ridiculous. Actually, functional Plato's Republic. They call fish fins in AK. Wait, do they? I did not remember this, because obviously I know that birds are, you know, what the foul beasts and so on. I did not remember that fish are called fins. I feel like I haven't come across the fish discussion. Oh wait, fin balls. Dude, Jay makes fin balls, not fish balls. Dude, the fucking... The food lore is insane, bro. That's crazy. Dude, this is almost as big of a deal as the hot dog lore from Lone Trail. It's the fin ball lore. Oh, Shu says in a fear of lines about fishing for fins. They also call bird people a bear. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, the names for the races I know, but for like the random animals, it's different. I know. I never put together that, like, when they talked about, when Jay specifically talks about making fin balls, I was like, oh, it's ball made from fish, like it's you know, made from fish fins, not that it's fish balls. Fucking fins. They also said something about fin during, yeah, they did talk about fins, but that's the thing. I thought it was like fins as in, you know, yeah, like, you know, fish have fins, so they were just talking about the fins specifically. Okay, well, that's good to know. Okay. Download that into my brain. Bird people lay eggs. Okay, well, good to know. Yep. Important. Add this to the food lore compendium. Because yeah, all the other ones are like foul beasts and burden beasts and so on, which is like, okay, that's fair enough. Because those aren't like normal words or names. Okay. Distraction over, maybe? So you went to the Tour de Port. Yes, I was interested in their ships and docks, their weapons. Those massive ships that sail like foul beasts through the reefs and cliffs. Foul beasts, birds. I saw traces of the Stultifera in them. Breogan really did recreate Aegir technology in Iberia. Perhaps you just sailed our proud armada out into the vast oceans, rather than parading our gold-gilded ships along the coast as a deterrent to those dukes and pashas. Breogan. You look nervous, Jordy. So nervous that you missed the point entirely. Just feeling a little out of place. The place is stranger than I imagined. The air is thick and heavy. The ocean above my head sends a chill up my spine. The glowing plants along the streets make me dizzy. Plus what happened just now. Physical discomfort I could deal with, but there are so many oddities here I can't even begin to understand yet. The briefing videos Aegir provided were very detailed, but there's still so much that I couldn't comprehend, even after rewatching them so many times. Food moves on its own without a fork. Clothes clean themselves without having to be removed. These things make sense, kind of. But edible sagas? Crunchy theorems? I just can't wrap my head around those. The best I can do for now is print out one of those emergency nutrition supply devices. All my life I've known nothing about Gran Faro. Is this what it's like to... Nope, it's not quite like an Iberian from a backwater village seeing the capital for the first time. Not that the city of gold still exists. Difference here isn't one between a small town and a metropolis, but one between two entirely different civilizations. Tried to ask someone for directions, but couldn't understand what they were saying, or whether I was being rude to interrupt. They don't know how they see me, an Aegir in name only. I have my concerns too. You're worried too? You of all people know what Iberia did to the Aegir after the profound silence. I don't know what kind of country Aegir is, how its people view that period of bloodshed, or how they view me, an emissary with blood on her hands. But you didn't... I'm here representing the Iberian Inquisition. I've seen the files on the slaughters. Each report on its own may be thin, but in aggregate, we committed many injustices while cleansing the influence of the Church of the Deep, and the islanders were the most affected. I still believe the Inquisition was in no position to be lenient, not when the country itself teetered on the brink. It was our collective decision that we should go to any lengths to ensure the nation's survival in a time of extraordinary crisis. But that does not lessen our crime. I don't believe you need to worry about that. Who? Who? We can eat Saga now. No! Oh, it's Underflow and Old Man. Growing a massive vehicle to resist a blast from Class 3 weaponry and covering the retreat of the other Seaborn into the depths of the trench. How's it impossible for biological tissue to be made to resist the forces of a micro-singularity? The Sea Patrol brought back tissue samples. They've already been sent to your lab through the transport tubes. Means they haven't yet developed a collective resistance to Class 3 weaponry like they have for Classes 1 and 2. The performance of Class 3 weaponry is demonstrably superior. Even more concerning is that an individual Seaborn has evolved measures specifically to counter it. They're more organized than before. You've been analyzing the Seaborn's adaptation to various weaponry ever since Milarium set sail. Did you already foresee this? Advisor Blandus? To an extent, but I need more time to confirm my theories. Thank you, Secunda. Her reports are always so detailed I dare not blink for fear of missing anything. Little Handy, get me some eye drops. Oh, Little Handy. Ignore that command, Little Handy. Just a bad joke. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I need to speak to the technicians about the damage suffered by our ships. I'd rather you stay just a while longer, unless you're hurrying to get some rest after work. Isn't it somewhat ironic, considering you've also received numerous health warnings but haven't seen a doctor yet? Very well. Still, I'd appreciate it if you could hear me out. Won't take long, I just need to confirm something. Have you read Gladia's report? I have. Then you should know about Ulpianus. Thought you'd at least show some sort of reaction. Of course, I'm concerned about the reappearance of the Abyssal Hunters after 5 years of silence, especially when the Waterway program is at a key juncture. And Ulpianus' unusual activities are of particular note. He clearly made contact with Gladia's group and is aware of Miliarium, but has made no attempt to re-establish communications with Aegir. Meanwhile, we've heard from Iberian sources that he's also declined to work with Iberia. He may be proud, arrogant even, but he's no fool. He must have reasons for acting alone. He's not alone, he has Horse Friend. Regardless, I intend to find out where he is and what he's planning. That utilitarianism, that impatience. He's rubbed off on you. I'd hope you'd be better than that. You'll only pray your decision-making will be more prudent while tracking him. Nevertheless, I have faith that you'll keep me updated on his whereabouts. What are you talking about, Advisor Blandis? Neither of us is part of the Abyssal Hunter program anymore. You're the weapon technology advisor for the Waterway program now. Aren't utilitarian, impatient decisions the usual business in your field? And shouldn't you be getting information about Ulpianus from Miliarium's official sources? Why involve me? Of course, of course. Just a momentary lapse in judgment. Can't fault you for carrying out your duty as prefect of the sea patrol. I just ask that you remember what Ulpianus did for us, for Aegir. Also, big tail. He has big, thick tail. Look at that tail, bro. Holy. Actually, it's not tail, it's tentacles. Not tail, tentacle. Sorry. Yes, speaking. What? Missing? I'm on my way. Who's missing? One of the technicians on the Waterway program has gone AWOL. Entire Casimir is backing him up. Yeah, just it's one dude, but... And you are? Avitus, from the Institute of Prehistoric Studies, Academy of Science. We study the documents and artifacts of the prehistoric civilization. Well, that's why Doctor's here, probably. Irene, emissary of the Iberian Inquisition. Oh, is that a new track as well? Is it? Might be. Okay, it is. Nerd. Jordi Fontanarossa. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Don't worry, I didn't come to lecture you. Simply felt it was my duty as a citizen of Aegir to free our lounge-bound friends from their needless concerns. Needless concerns? What I mean to say is, Aegir understands that Iberia took measures proportionate to the extraordinary nature of the times. We can find similar periods in our own history, or even that of the glorious prehistoric civilization. The exclusion of outsiders as a necessary means of maintaining social order appears to be an inevitable step in the progress of civilization. Besides, we welcome our displaced countrymen to return to the sea, just to respect the decision of those who have opted to leave. Consequences of their choices belong only to them. I appreciate Aegir's magnanimity, Avitus, but the consequences they suffered were... No, it's nothing. Thank you for clarifying. You're welcome. Little Robo. Mr. Avitus, our land-bound guests, please be informed that this area has been designated for investigation. You're advised to proceed to another area unless you have unresolved matters here. A Hand of the Sane? The penal battalion used them to clean up seaborne remains, but I never knew they could talk. Apparently our people who brought them to land did not have time to demonstrate their full capabilities. Multi-purpose support equipment, commonly known as a Little Handy. They currently offer 972 different function modules, excluding obsolete ones. One can sometimes tell their affiliation just by looking at the parts and paint job. This one, for example, belongs to the Sea Patrol. Should I reply? We're very sorry, Little Handy. Sir? That would be unnecessary. Maybe equipped with a voice, but that doesn't mean it's intelligent. I assume that with your technology, maybe... It's true that the topic of simulated personalities has fascinated many a researcher. First attempt was created 230 years ago and continues to operate to this day. In fact, I can put in an application for you if you wish to talk to it. Oh hey, follow our goal, thank you. Racism is okay, fish people say. Yeah, we had one of them in Stultifera, yeah, it was the mechan or the gimmick for the women, yeah. Little handy. Also, look at these bros. Okay, they made a simulated personality 230 years ago, because Rhodes Island also has simulated personalities thanks to Closure. We have our little robots. We have Lancet and Castle and Thermal, and we also have simulated personalities. Fucking take that, fish people. However, whether from the perspective of neuroscience, psychology, sociology, or anthropology, simulated personalities have proven to be rather disappointing in terms of their benefits to research. Rude? Perhaps I've gone off topic, though. In short, they've remained the stuff of niche research, and we do not consider them suitable for widespread application. Goal of all technological development is to empower humanity. What purpose is there in turning a machine into a human? For fun? I see. Fascinating. You said this little handy belonged to the Sea Patrol. Only they would fit such powerful loudspeakers onto one, when quieter means of communication are available. Suppose you could consider it retro? What sort of organization are they? Do they frequently undertake such investigations? The Sea Patrol is part of our legions. They perform a supporting role in combat, as well as regular reconnaissance, patrols, security, and disaster response duties. Emergency sweep like this are rare, but with the waterway program at such a critical moment, it's unreasonable for them to be on high alert. Little handy, am I allowed to remain here? It is not recommended, but not forbidden. Then I'll wait here. I'd like a chance to speak to the Sea Patrol. Very well. And you, Jordy? I'll be going. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. There's a limit to what I can answer. It's out of my specialty, though. Perhaps I could show you to a place better suited for such a conversation. The Somfon Theatrum. These fuckers, sometimes they hit me with them weird words, man. Spectre has a simulated personality. Oh, this track. I love this track. It hits my soul every time it starts, man. Solver with the free body problem. The pretty track. Did you sleep well, Doctor? You seem a little haggard. It's the air pressure and humidity. Yes, the Aegir seem to have retained some of their aquatic traits. Are you not feeling well? Just a little short of breath. Is it serious? Kinda, yeah. Let me know if you feel any discomfort. Besides? To be frank, I thought there may be another reason for your reaction. Did anything about Aegir or the depths of the ocean seem familiar to you? Kelsey really was like... But also, Kelsey was worried. But then once Doctor was like, yeah, it's very serious. She's like, yeah, okay. Tell me if it actually gets bad. Maybe, but only vaguely. Also, now it really is. Now we're really calling her daughter instead. Man, times have changed. Bobble changes a fandom. And a man, I guess, but... I know it might be difficult, but remembering even the slightest detail could be of great help to us all. Oh, she actually wants us to remember. Sorry, I can't remember anything else. It's okay, just try to relax, Doctor. Seeing the Preserver has inevitably hastened the pace at which you recall the truth. Oh yeah, this is post-Lone Trail, yeah. Actually, right, yeah, this is actually a decent amount. This is like a... It's probably said somewhere later, but yeah, this is like a year after Lone Trail, actually. Preserver, though, holy... Based, I kneel. Seeing the Preserver has inevitably hastened the pace at which we recall the truth, and I had hoped you would not touch upon what you'd forgotten so quickly. No one knows when your path of suffering will end, not even yourself. In that, we are all powerless. What we do know is that you've had an encounter with the Abyss. The ocean is yet another path to your past, and we are finally upon it. You seem excited. Yes, I've wanted to set foot on Aegir countless times. Until now, I have waited on the shore and drifted on the waves. I've witnessed lighthouses and the Armada turn from ideas to reality. Bragon had never given up on re-establishing communication with Aegir through such means. But all efforts ended in failure. Aegir never welcomed home their prodigal son, much less opened their doors to outsiders. But now they are even more eager to cooperate than I had anticipated. We no longer waste efforts to persuade a proud and aloof giant. Can't deny feeling happy about that. You don't look particularly happy. Is there something else troubling you? I'm afraid there is. Aegir's proactive stance indicates that they have a plan for making contact with the land. But even the most moderate of their measures may seem too radical for land-bound civilization. A single gesture of goodwill could cause a massive storm. We should intervene as soon as possible. The Abyssal Hunters are a good entry point. Hunter's situation warrants concern too. To Aegir, they are neither emissaries nor guests. Having participated in the most radical project in Aegir's history, and come back to life after being declared dead for 5 years, I worry that the return home would only cause... Speaking of... Withering Wave Shorekeeper? No way. Who will win, Aegir Technology or Ananam? Same stuff, innit? It's both precursor tech in the end. Trouble? Controversy? Scotty, Spectre, you're back. Kya! Where's Gladia? Somewhat troublesome fellow, called her away. Thought your priority by returning would be to get checked up. What could possibly be more urgent? No idea. But once Gladia is done with her interview, I guess Scotty and I are gonna go do some stupid checkup. Swordfish and I are fine. Sharks changes might be a little problematic. There's no originium in the ocean, is there? Does Aegir understand our apathy? Read some medical papers before I underwent the surgery. You read? You? Even back then they had advanced knowledge of medulla regeneration or replacement. They should be able to help her. You needn't worry, Doctor. I've inspected myself in the mirror on that great ship. On returning, those endless dreams still creep up on me like bubbles, but they've also become as light as bubbles. Besides, I feel like I've had more regrets about losing those dreams. I feel like I'd have more regrets about losing those dreams. But for now, I'm as lucid as I've ever been. Luckily for you, I'm even in the mood to take you on a tour of the city. Interested? Yeah! Let's go! Date with Spectre! Dude, yeah, Andriana is a weird one, though. Also, hi there, Shriya. Okay. Oh, no, wait, that was before. I forgot. Oh. Nice, place. Thought we got some lore about origin in the ocean. Well, yeah, the lore is, there is none, I guess. That question answer just makes sense to me at first. Yeah, it was just because it was just about Originium, yes, but it was specifically about, yeah, Spectre's oripathy. Did you think we were touring a museum? We were looking at the instruments like they were exhibits. The third place I mistook for a museum, then. Why is gravity reversed in here? What's with the water flowing around the pillars? What's that space that warped my fingers? There are some things even I can't explain. Technology has advanced a lot in 5 years. Wait, that tower. There's a launch pad at the heart of the city? Doctor's going around like... Huh? Hi, Doctor. That's a beacon launcher, one with plenty of history. You know about it, Shark? My parents took me around the home territories when I was little. There are similar structures in many cities. I thought Aegir children were raised collectively. I was, but Shark has a special relationship with her biological parents. They're more like friends than parents. They reached a consensus with the Institute of Incubation to bring me along whenever they worked on a new dome project. Institute of Incubation. Spent most of my time at the Institute of Incubation, but I was able to see the cities, learn, and even work alongside them. So what's this bacon launcher for? Yeah, I guess they are all kind of like two babies, yeah. Exactly what it sounds like. Launches beacons to mark the waterway. Those are some huge beacons. How big is the waterway anyway? Aegir had almost mastered the oceans around 300 years ago, efficiently using natural energy in its various forms and recording every seafloor trench in our navigational charts. Then we cast our sights on another ocean, one brimming with stars. Our fleets and even our cities were meant to cross that boundary that should never existed, like the fires of civilization beyond the barrier. Beyond the barrier. The Preserver is right, Doctor. Kristen's achievement is not beyond Aegir's reach. The sea and the sky are closer than we thought. People back then tried plenty of things, surveying and deciphering the electron clouds, developing new technologies and materials, exploring forms of life that can adapt to space. This beacon launcher is a product of that area. Era. It was intended to capture even the faintest signals from the stars and plant beacons that would never fade from our star charts. Nanomachine swarms would form networks between the beacons, allowing us to traverse vast distances in an instant. Or so we dreamed. Nanomachines, son! They are just also hitting crazy lore drops again, like right away. They're right into it, like, yep, this is all precursor tech, yep. They knew about the barrier 300 years ago. You never told me any of this before. Lucid moments were hard to come by on land. But yesterday I dreamt once again of walking from the Sonnentheatrum straight into that epoch. Then I saw Laurentina dance. She leaped from the waves to the stars, stirring up stardust that trailed the hems of her dress. From afar, the voices of the Master of all creation answered her in song. Master of all creation? The universe and imagination know no bounds, and Laurentina's dance will never cease. Spectre closes her eyes as though sinking back into the dream. What is it? Just trying to picture it. It's a beautiful dream, Laurentina. Before pushing open the door to the stars, they wanted to prepare themselves for any threats beyond the barrier. That is, until the Seaborn appeared and interrupted the dream. We poured all our efforts into studying them, setting aside all else, art, science, and previous visions for the future. Seaborn fundamentally changed Aegir. What did you do before becoming a hunter, Scotty? Spectre? I'm more interested in Spectre. I was just an apprentice sculptor. Institute Development Planning provides tailored career proposals for each citizen, which are usually in line with our wishes. Suppose I would have gone into some dome design, sculpting, or dance. Say, Cultidon Doctor, we've shared a lot of info during our time together, but we never talked about our old lives. Because they've changed. Can Seaborn fight the Observers for us? I mean, that is kind of what they were designed for in a way, so... I can't believe they actually didn't give me, like, when I asked I only asked Spectre, so they actually only had Spectre answer. I'd have to go back, like, a separate time to see Scotty's answer. I guess you're right. Sorry for bringing up something so heavy on a tour. We have all the waves in the world hanging above our heads. Would you care to share a dance before dealing with all this bother, Doctor? I mean, maybe. A little jiggy, a little... Whoa. Hello? Kind woman. Gladia. Gladia's hand instinctively goes to her weapon as the woman approaches with a ceremonial sword in hand. But all she does is put her arms around Gladia's shoulders. Gladia smells stimulants in the air. Aegir do not make a habit of greeting each other with physical contact. She could not remember even her mother ever doing so. But this woman's actions felt completely natural. Consul Clementia? I was unaware that this was the standard salute between chief designers of warfare. Nothing makes me happier than seeing the hunters return as lucid as ever. Looking? Oh yeah, she's a manta ray, isn't she? Now that you say it, it's like obvious. Your soldiers' reactions when they first saw me suggested otherwise. Yeah, those are manta ray. The operation to eliminate the firstborn cost Aegir all of its abyssal hunters. Secunda made many rescue attempts but was unable to penetrate the rampaging mass of Seaborn that guard the region after the death of the firstborn. Your mother, Horatia, had no choice but to publicly declare you dead. But I know her, she doesn't really believe that. Or perhaps Consul Horatia, foremost of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning, simply could not accept that I had died for nothing. I know her too. I don't think it is appropriate for a meeting between two chief designers of warfare to revolve around a complicated mother-daughter relationship. Of course, of course. Look at the city. Nice city. The consul's pensivarium sits high in the city. The seawater hangs just above their heads. Transparent dome serves as a gentle mirror, warding off the deep and foreboding void while granting the Aegir the solace of introspection. Beneath the dome, the entire city is bathed in a blue hue. The bacon I actually just said that was on purpose. I actually just accidentally said bacon. The beacon launch pad stands tall at its center, while ships glide in and out of the distant docks like schools of Finns. The sea itself has no color, only darkness. Millenarium stands in its murky depths like the vigilant eye of civilization, solitary and luminous. We once had many such cities. One by one, the stars in the sea went out, becoming sustenance for the seaborn. Is the city also vertical? I don't think so. I think this is a horizontal city. Maybe it has some verticalness as well, but... all that's left on the seafloor are their colorful, eerie nests. I won't deny that the Abyssal Hunter project was a failed gambit. Death of the Firstborn did not stop their evolution. So I want to know what solution Aegir has come up with next. What have you come up with? Or you have come up with? What is this waterway program? Cordia, I didn't mean. It's simply part of an even bigger gambit, one with even higher stakes. Weapon classification scheme remains nothing more than a strict control over weapon usage to delay the evolution of the Seaborn. This time, however, we have taken into account every weapon at our disposal or under development. A mix of conventional ballistics and Class 1 weapons initially proved highly effective. Seaborn were unable to comprehend why they were being burned by the seawater around them. But it took them only a year to adapt. 11 months in, we accelerated the adoption of Class 2 weapons, which operated on a completely different principles, etc., etc. Until the evolution outpaced the ability of the Academy of Technology to innovate. Yes. At day's end, all we're doing is merely buying time. Aegir has committed vast resources to study the Seaborn. To eradicate them at their origin, we must first comprehend them at their source. The information you've brought back is highly valuable. Brilgon's discovery on land corroborates the Academy of Sciences research. Seaborn and the Firmament share the same genesis. Is Aegir coming ashore to seek memories even more ancient? Not just that, Seaborn share a common genesis with the Firmaments, but much about them is very different, unnatural, one might say. Their recent activity demonstrates a clear sense of purpose. They've quickly abandoned their reliance on the sea and begun to migrate towards land en masse. Left unchecked, it is not out of the question that all of Terra could become infested with Seaborn. We already saw hints of that in Iberia. Thus, for Aegir, the land is both a source of answers and a solemn responsibility. Horatia has issued new war orders on behalf of the Institute of Development Planning, and Millenarium has come bearing new Class 4 weapons from the Academy of Technology. They are from a biological weapon, very different from all previous ones, designed to induce death in nearby seaborn nests and newborns, while driving away adults from the area. We have successfully located most of the nests in the target region. The ones near Iberia are the only ones yet unmarked. Once the beacons have been placed and the weapons activated, we will finally have cleared an entire region of Seaborn, and establish a route back to Aegir's home territories. Layers of streets and houses of other layers? Yeah, I don't know. Might have. Consul Horatia would not have permitted the possibility of failure, yet all I see is a city under siege teetering on the brink. Yes, she did tell me herself that the waterway program will not fail. Do not know how many other possibilities she considered, and I hope I never do. For me, this city has always been the entirety of the waterway program. That is no longer true. Changes in the past month necessitate a review of our plans. Seaborn have rapidly adapted to our new weapons, even involving measures to protect the kindred from Class 3. But a successful extermination operation should have left no opportunity for them to communicate with other individuals. They seem to have obtained their inspiration elsewhere. Almost every mutation of the Seaborn against humanity has been embedded by the twisted efforts of corrupted Aegir. Yet the Seaborn lack true intelligence. We could toss all our prototype weapons into their nest and they wouldn't dismantle or study them. Church of the Deep may be able to train them to attack an army or a city, but bringing about rapid biological changes is another matter entirely. Unless they're not being influenced by the Church of the Deep, but by another firstborn. I see you've read my belated report. Indeed, Ulpianus claims that the one we eliminated was not the only one. The Abyssal Hunters were the first and last Aegir to enter the Firstborn's lair. Even now, the Seaborn defend the ruins with a frenzied fury. We have not found a way to get through. Amongst the Hunters, Ulpianus spent the longest time there, enough for him to witness the truth. We're still deliberating whether to believe him. Yes, it could be key to solving the mystery of the Seaborn, or the path that leads us to destruction. Could a hunter survive for months on Seaborn remains and remain lucid? Would a lucid hunter willingly stay with them rather than returning to civilization? Too many unanswered questions about Ulpianus and that fateful operation. And so, I regret to inform you that Aegir has no choice but to welcome its hunters home with a tribunal. Of course! Messed up the character classification. Sculptor is in the same group as both Deepcolor but also Underflow and Lucilla. Yeah, Sculptor is indeed like, yeah, Abyssal Hunter or whatever. Secunda is strangely hot? What do you mean strangely hot? Thought we had designated this area for investigation. Also, look at this dude. Wow, hello there. Madam Irene from Iberia. May I ask to whom I am speaking? Secunda, Prefect of the Sea Patrol. I'm regret not being able to greet you personally upon your arrival yesterday. Sea Patrol is currently investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We have not requested assistance from Iberia and respectfully request that you exit this area as soon as possible. I would like to assist as myself, not as an envoy. The offer is appreciated, but unnecessary. I want to... Any news from the other teams? One moment, getting the video feed now. Ma'am, no unusual movements at the port. Alert the other teams to monitor the closed civilian gates and keep a close watch on the circulation system around town. Roger. Ignoring Burb. You're okay with talking about this in front of me? It's part of our regular duties, there's no need for confidentiality. But you had your little handies clear the place out. Only to prevent unnecessary harm to civilians. If you insist on staying, you'll be responsible for your own safety. The missing civilian is Tulia, a scientist from the Waterway program, responsible for recording and calibrating data on seaborn nests. She went AWOL 30 hours ago and hasn't been seen since. Could it be the Church of the Deep? That's what we intend to find out. Her disappearance does not affect the overall progress of the project. As important as recording and calibrating the nest data is, her role was by no means irreplaceable. If the Church's goal was to assassinate someone to disrupt our plans, they would not have picked an ordinary data scientist. Unless she learned something she wasn't supposed to. I need to inspect her home. Saccharine shippers. You're sharp, Madam Irene, but I would recommend against coming with us. I'm simply investigating our common enemy in my own way. Suit yourself. Irene's such a... she's a workaholic. She can't stop. She can't be stopped. Still salty about how we lost that Church of the Deep lady during previous event. She was so beautiful. I think you're probably not the only one. Too bad she was seaborn pilled. Yeah, see, I had some friends back in Stultifera and Aves, you know, who were quoting the "if evil, why hot" for the seaborn lady. Or the Church of the Deep lady. Irene's Iberian quest for finding a hot Aegirian woman never ends. Even though she has a boyfriend, how could she? Shaking my head, Irene. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck was that? Weird glitch. No one has been in here the whole time? Affirmative. The fuck is he carrying, by the way? I guess that's so. Is that supposed to be a weapon? Like, what the hell is this thing? No signs that the little handy's logs have been altered either. Excuse me, how do I view those records? Grant her the permissions. Yes, ma'am. Ah, very nice. Secunda takes a device from her belt and dances her pen across its surface, leaving trails like a labyrinth of seaweeds. What's her prefecta doing? She scribbles whenever she's thinking. Says it helps her organize her thoughts. It's a habit she's had ever since she was a researcher. No one else can decipher what she's writing or drawing. Not even that's clear. She's the only one who can parse it. She has ADHD. Books are arranged by thickness, shelf decorations by size, and data downloaded from the Somfon Theatrum by time. Seaweed cream to prevent dry skin. Is it because Miliarium is approaching the coast? There's enough to last 3 years. What? That's a lot of cream! 3 years of skin cream? She's stocked up? Ordinary Aegir women. Cautious, timid even. Matches the data from the Institute of Development Planning. Those hydroponic tanks. What are these boxes for? Why put them on the wall if they're empty? Yes, the hydroponic boxes may provide a lead. Scan all equipment in the room related to plant cultivation. Yes, ma'am. Also, pull whatever you can from Tullia's files. Education, employment, hobbies, anything that might be relevant. She previously worked at the Institute of Ecological Art, with a focus on the cultivation of endangered seaweed. Not suspicious at all. She's cultivating seaborn now. To go straight from the IEA's files, the artist has carefully cultivated these deep-sea seaweeds to weave a dynamic, ever-evolving portrait of life as they grow. These hydroponic boxes were Tullia's belongings. Images of her artwork are also available. Cheaper if you buy in bulk. How beautiful. Look like they've been left empty for quite some time. According to the files, she joined the waterway program after reassignment. She wouldn't have abandoned her old life for no reason. True, her disappearance may very well be related to her career change. How's that scan coming? Nothing unusual with the cultivation equipment, but we found an operating log in the integrated terminal. 2 days before she went missing, she downloaded some data from the Beacon Tower Control Center and made a backup. We were unable to locate the file itself, though. Try to backtrack her steps, contact the control center and trace the data from their download logs. If she was still going to work before she disappeared, couldn't her friends or colleagues know something? Perhaps. What's the situation on her social relationships? What about the person who made the report? We've arranged a questioning. Pushing Sakreen ship. I'm sure this is pushing. They're just working together. It's co-workers. Not even co-workers. Irene just kind of, you know, tagged along. Needed to work overtime. Rip. Could you start over? Fine. Okay. Sorry, guys. We gotta start over real quick. Also, I didn't notice hello movements. Really? Wow. I'm not shaped like a movement. At least I hope so. Not even roommates. And they were roommates. They said how beautiful at the same time. That means they're GS. It's that simple. Jordy POV. Anything I can help you with, Jordy? Sorry, I have so many questions I don't know where to start. Is there a metal tree? Do I just ask it? I've heard legends of ancient trees acting as repositories of knowledge, but I've never seen anything like this. This coral-shaped integrated terminal is the culmination of centuries of Aegir's knowledge and culture. Everything we think, know, create, appreciate, and even the questions we have yet to answer, they're all here, the heart of the Somfon Theatrum. And what is the Somfon Theatrum exactly? Conceived and established by Martus, the great scholar of anthropology and prehistoric civilization, it is a public facility that has had a profound impact on the nation. Aside from the mutually supporting atoll city clusters above the sea level and the modular city networks in the trenches, most of our other cities have unique forms and designs. Yet even so, nearly all of them have chosen to adapt Martus' design and establish their own Somfon Theatrum. Look around you. It's a place for people to think, doubt, and debate. Eventually come to an understanding and make a decision. Coliseum of Wits, if you will. Yeah, it's one of them. It's like it's a philosophy theater. It's, you know, like you could imagine like Plato in here talking to people, just yapping off. The most complex equations, the most ancient drawings, the most beautiful songs, and the most well-traveled roads were all born here. I believe this is exactly what Martus himself wanted. Yapping center. You're obviously the Garok. Wow. What the fuck? That's so rude. You keep mentioning this Martus. What kind of man was he? Simply listing all his contributions to Aegir would take an entire day, perhaps more. I do happen to have some insights into his personality. Oh, you knew him? No, he lived more than 2 centuries ago. He'd been gone from Aegir long before I was born. But our professors like to speak of his eccentricities. He was unmatched in theoretical and deductive reasoning, and was always reluctant to draw a conclusion. Even on issues where the answer was plain to all, he would refuse to put the question to rest until after an extended debate with himself. Some would say that trapping himself in endless debate showed he cared too much about the value and meaning of things. But is that not in our human nature? Which is why I built the Sophon Theatrum. We needed a place where we could engage in intellectual discourse, both with ourselves and with others. I wouldn't say I'm up for a debate, but I do have a lot of questions. I would ask you, myself, or this terminal. Beep, beep, beep. Seems all the discussion must give way to a greater showdown. But what do you mean? They're holding a tribunal, and it concerns 3 of those you arrived with. The Abyssal Hunters? Can it produce rot eaters? I hope not. Oh hey, is that our landbound friend I spy? Oh, he looks worried about us. Waves. He won't see you from that far away. Others are looking this way though. This tribunal has drawn more attention than expected. We hunters have always have, and now they have even the lovely story of our return from the dead. Like it or not, the Abyssal Hunters are in the spotlight now. This tribunal will be our final checkup, yes? Frankly, they're getting tiresome. Consider it our warm welcome. The hunters need to keep a low profile. We must also act with prudence, Doctor. We always find ourselves in delicate situations. Indeed. This time we're not merely mediating between 2 countries, but between land and the sea, 2 vastly different civilizations. Following the tribunal, I will formally address Aegir's consul to foster cooperation between land and sea. But for now, you'll need to assist Gladia independently, Doctor. The situation remains uncertain for both the city and ourselves. Certain matters become more difficult if I'm placed at the center of attention. But no one will be watching your assistant, so I should play it by ear? Yes, but be careful. I prefer not to have to change our objective in the middle of negotiations with the consul. I can't let us choose whether to be a Scotty or a Spectre simp. Dr. Kelsey sure uses a lot of big words, doesn't she? Does she ever get straight to the point? Calling her out wild? What is it with what is it with these events and calling Keltsid out? Our dear Dr. Keltsid thinks too much about many things, and not nearly enough about how to convey that she cares. Wouldn't you agree that more direct Aegir-style communication is better, Doctor? Keltsid has her reasons. Don't worry, Shark and I will protect you. Say, where's Captain Gladia? I imagine she'll show up with Consul Clementia. After all, she's the one who will be taking the stand today. Excuse me, are you Laurentina? It's her. Had a hunch I'd find you here, advisor. The environmental sample testers are out. We need to take a look and see if we need another round of genetic testing. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message. Seem preoccupied by the Abyssal Hunters Tribunal. Used to work at the Abyssal Hunter Lab, right? I'd rather not talk about it. But yes, I was researching gene splicing methods that provide a safer and more effective way to perform the hunter modifications. But you didn't like the program? Not about liking or disliking it. It's that it failed to produce results despite all the sacrifices we made. What matters now is that they're alive. Gladia and the others, I have to be here, if only for them. Were you too close? If only she thought so too. Used temples and couldn't get her. Trip. Hello? You're like halfway between NPC and like not. But hello, Aegir woman. Magister Avitus, may I sit here? Of course, Cassia. Be careful though. Recovery from embryo separation surgery takes time. She's a mom! Hot MILF! Hot fish MILF! Hell yeah. What do you mean, calm down? Look at her. This is Jordi, a guest from Iberia. Thank you, and hello. Oh, hello. There are more participants than I expected. Even when the Institute of Facility Management held a dry tribunal to discuss modifications to the city's unit framework, only 2 departments were involved. Tribunal system exists to solve problems, after all, and the reason to involve more departments is when the problem is too complex for one. But the Sophon Theatrum is already half full, so the return of the Abyssal Hunter is really such a big deal. It's a project that took 2 centuries of debate before implementation. Its philosophy shook the very foundations of Aegir. Every progress tugs the string of Aegir's future. Besides, the waterway program is reaching its most critical juncture, and the smallest thing out of the ordinary is worthy of attention. Simply reading a report is not nearly enough to come to an informed decision. Consul Clementia needs the council of experts in multiple fields. I'm sure that many have come of their own accord, though. The return of 3 hunters is bound to cause unease at such a sensitive time. I'm not really here for the tribunal, but I heard you might make an appearance, so... She's a fan? She's a Spectre simp? And who might you be? Oh, sorry. I'm Lucilla. I had the honor of meeting your parents once. Rulers in ink. Are you an architect working on the dome system here? I transferred out of that last year, but I'm still with the Institute of Facility Management. Now I maintain the city unit framework and measure ocean currents. Envy not the sun, for we have given ourselves the eternal stars and the infinite sea. What the fuck is she saying? When I was little, the foster parents at the Institute of Incubation took us to hold a performance there. Here. We created a matrix of tiny optical machines representing neural activity with changes to the brightness of the dots. We rehearsed thoroughly, but the Sophon Theatrum malfunctioned on the day of the performance and the whole place went dark, except for those little machines. But a couple in the audience worked their magic and ribbons of light fell from the dome, as if arms reaching out to invite our little machines to dance. So beautiful that the blackout almost felt intentional. I can picture the smug look on their faces. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they really had something to do with it. When the Institute of Development Planning did its career assessment, I applied for the dome system without a second thought. It was only then that I learned they were famous dome designers. That was the only time I saw them. Sure, they were there at the right time and place to inspire you. You said you transferred out of dome work. Why? When you've already formed such a special bond with our big transparent friend above. Lucilla, the tribunal's about to start. You want to sit here? Sorry, my colleague is calling out to me. Anyway, welcome home, Laurentina, and I wish you the best of luck. Hacker memes. Pretty much everyone's here. Hey, where are you going, Doctor? The hunters draw too much attention. I'll just be watching from the stands. Celtic words really got to you, haven't they? Dude, I'm a spectator here, okay? Man. Manta Ray woman is hot, though. Like, damn. Look. Exactly. As you're all well aware, Millennium has successfully made contact with Iberia. As such, the waterway program now enters its most critical phase. A thread of light leaves the massive coral-shaped terminal to surround her, forming a giant ethereal ring in the air that dances to the console's words. More threads weave together to form cities and tides, hunters and seaborn, transmuting words to images and giving substance to sound. The crowd quiets down. At this critical juncture, we also welcome home our surviving abyssal hunters, Gladia, Scotty, and Laurentina. The result of their physical examinations and Gladia's mission report have been uploaded to the Sophon Theatrum's terminal and are available for your perusal. I'm sure many have already done so. Considering the irregular circumstances they're in, I now call upon Consul Gladia, leader of Aegir's Honor Exercitus, and the chief designer of warfare of the Abyssal Hunters, to answer your questions. Banter is on stimulators 24/7 though. She's fucking hopped up on cocaine. You navigate through several rows of Aegir and sit in one of the back rows. With plenty of room around you, you have a clear view of everything happening in the Sophon Theatrum. The tribunal has already begun. The speakers do not raise their voices, yet every word is clear in the massive ring-like structure. Gladia steps forward, drawing everyone's gaze. Well, yeah, she's fucking massive, and it's Gladia. I mean, dude, if Gladia stepped in front of me, I'd be like, ooh. Suddenly, you hear footsteps so soft they're almost inaudible, like a shadow from the somber dome touching the floor. Ooh. Not a sound. Or I'll crush your throat. Oh no, that was a completely. Let me. Let's redo that voice line. Not a sound, or I'll crush your throat. I wasn't sure who it was. It's like I can't see who it is. It's like wait. Fucking Ulpiana sounded like a gentle woman there for a moment. Hi there, OPP. Oh, hello, guardman. All over me. Damn, Shango. Horny on main. Consul Gladia, is it in your opinion that the issue does not lie with the battle itself? Correct. What you see before you is a projection of the battle plan. If anyone here notices a flaw I haven't, I'd expect it to be pointed out. No, I have no objections to the battle plan. It was the most suitable one, given what we knew at the time. However, I would like your opinion on what we knew at the time. I have to admit that Aegir's knowledge of the Seaborn back then was deeply flawed. As such, they do be yapping. These two are just sitting there. Gladia is doing all the talking. These two are just there like twiddling their thumbs. What are they trying to say? Still not used to their way of thinking, are you? You never did like thinking much, even back home. They mean no ill will, they're simply seeking the truth they need. Identify every flaw and question all imperfections. The most heated debates will uncover truth in its full beauty and reveal the right way forward. Just leave it to Swordfish. If you don't want to listen, just take a nap. It is a nice blue. In conclusion, our greatest error when designing the warfare 5 years ago was failing to make allowance for flaws in our knowledge. Until every last truth of Terra is revealed, we must admit that our understanding of the Seaborn will remain flawed. Our warfare design must reflect this revelation. I concur. Your conclusion should be incorporated into our future battle plans. It has been an honor to reflect upon this critical battle and reach a fruitful conclusion with you. Academy of Science Researcher. That said, the battle 5 years ago is not our only concern. We have more pressing issues to worry about. Your physical examination has revealed mutations that cannot be ignored. Same goes for Scotty and Laurentina. I do not doubt your loyalty, but we need to know how assimilation by Seaborn genes will affect your behavior. Apologies for my candor. Miliarium will soon identify the locations of the remaining nests. Then, the Seaborn will be driven out by Class 4 weapons, opening up a waterway. Is there any possibility that the Abyssal Hunters will become an enemy of Aegir and of yourselves? Maybe? You know, maybe. Hunters out of control pose a greater risk to Aegir than the Seaborn. The Abyssal Hunters are the flip side of Aegir. Creating Aegir's most despicable attempt at salvation, they are now both feared and pitied by their creators. Abyssal Hunter Ulpianus, I presume? Shouldn't you be down there too? You're much calmer than I expected, and you know who I am. Seems Gladia has built a relationship on land with more than just the one doctor. Never seen you in any of the operations. You're an Inquisitor, nor an Islander. Doctor from Rhodes Island brought you to Aegir, but kept your identity a secret. Well, actually, we're the Doctor from Rhodes Island. We're the Doctor, okay? I'm just Kelsitz's colleague, also from Rhodes Island. You may introduce yourself however you like. However, the point is that you can help the Hunters. Why don't you just go to Scotty, Spectre, or Gladia? Now is not the time. You don't trust the Hunters? On the contrary, I do trust them, but also know them all too well. Scotty acts before thinking. Valentina has not been lucid for long. Gladia will inevitably be the one to make decisions. Hello, Shango on Twitch's side. I like how you were subbed before. You were subbed on Twitch before your first message. You have the fucking first time chat like indication. I've already shared much of what I know with her. She should be on guard. She knows the potential restrictions, but nevertheless decided to return to Aegir. Overeager to return to a familiar environment, she is oblivious to the fact that she has placed herself in the spotlight, where all that can and cannot be trusted have the power to scrutinize her. Now is not the best time for the Abyssal Hunters to come home. The decision is a big gamble. Why did you sneak into the city then? Sounds like you care about them, after all. Gladia and the others are not in a good situation. They underwent modifications, but unlike me, they were not part of the Abyssal Hunters Project core research. Explaining the change in their bodies will be difficult for them. I'll pass on some information to you. I'll need you to help Gladia if necessary. Convey my warning to her later. As for the rest, may I say a few things? Blandus. He's here too? Man, I wonder if Blandus is bland. Blandus? Isn't this just like the old days? You and Ulpianus used to get into arguments with the research staff while I was napping. Your comments would be much appreciated, advisor. You flatter me, Consul. I was the technical advisor for the Abyssal Hunter project, responsible for the gene splicing research used in the modification process. In other words, at this exact moment, and in this exact place, I am the leading authority on Abyssal Hunters. Gladia, Laurentina, and Scotty have been fighting on dryland too frequently and for too long. There is indeed cause for concern regarding their physical condition. As such, your concerns are not without reason, but my answer is this. No. They will not become seaborn. The hall goes silent. Blandus clears his throat. Let me try to explain this in layman's terms. Under ordinary circumstances, seaborn genes exhibit abnormal dominance and will irreversibly overwrite any pre-existing traits in their host. In Abyssal Hunters, however, we have managed to extend the timeline of this process until it far exceeds the natural lifespan of any given hunter. Furthermore, the Academy of Technology made a critical breakthrough, allowing us to implant an auto-adaptive junction in all hunters before their deployment to eradicate the firstborn. The auto-adaptive function was implanted at the splice point between human and seaborn DNA to assist the hunters in more closely monitoring their seaborn genes. If the seaborn genes exhibited abnormal dominance, the junction would signal the body to resist their attempt at taking over. While there's undoubtedly been some degree of decay of their auto-adaptive junctions after 5 years without maintenance, changes they've undergone remain well within acceptable ranges. So you say, advisor, but there's a record of a failed auto-adaptive junction surgery in the Abyssal Hunter Lab archives. There is? That was Ulpianus. The archive should also note that multiple clinical trials have demonstrated that the incident did not produce any adverse effects. For this, I gladly take full responsibility and will answer any queries. Now that the Abyssal Hunters have returned to Aegir, their condition will be under control. Am I to infer that you already have an effective means to contain their mutation? There is an Abyssal Hunter lab in the city we can reactivate. I will personally perform maintenance on their auto-adaptive junctions. What of Ulpianus? ... I can be sure that the hunter who has refused to return to Aegir will not become seaborn. Or that what we fear hasn't already happened. Well, I mean, he's currently right behind Doctor. Sounds like you just become the target. It's only natural they would be skeptical. It's both human nature and a hard-learned lesson to be aware of what you cannot control. They're not the only ones suspicious of you. I'm equally curious about your motivations. Did you really come out of concern for the hunters? Before the sinking of the Sultifera, I shared my discovery with Gladia. There's more than one entity like Isharma amongst the Seaborn, those known as Firstborn. Firstborn are stirring. It, or rather they, are about to awaken. I don't know how many or how soon, but it's close. Too close. This is why the Seaborn have begun migrating towards land. They've ventured into many nests recently, and as a whole, they are feeling a sense of crisis. Perhaps not even the ocean contains enough nourishment for the awakening of a new god. It'll become another profound silence for the land, or another calamity for the seas. The Great Migration almost perfectly coincides with Aegir's waterway program. One can only speculate about Miliarium's role in all this. Is that not reason enough for me to visit this city? Pee. Damn, that's some nice hair on you, dude, and a nice beard. The seaborn have proliferated independently, driven by their instincts, but they came from the firstborn and cannot defy their fundamental nature. In other words, even if the death of the firstborn failed to halt their evolution, it should not have caused the rapid emergence of new, previously undocumented traits. I believe I already addressed that in my report. Yes, the multiple firstborn hypothesis. Logical enough explanation, but that is exactly why I'm skeptical of Ulpianus. Our well-laid plans ended in failure. The 3 surviving hunters washed ashore on unfamiliar land before being reunited with the hunter who was last to leave the nest. Information Ulpianus brought that there are more than one firstborn in the ocean is more than shocking, it's highly effective. Effective in explaining why the Seaborn's actions have become more disruptive despite your success with the mission objective. Effective in addressing all our questions. And why does that make you skeptical? Because it's an answer so perfect that it's either the incontrovertible truth or was designed specifically to put our questions to rest. Whether or not to believe the information he gave you will have an enormous impact on our warfare design. If Ulpianus lives, then the most effective way to verify his claims would be to track him down, perhaps even question him directly. You have been quiet, Advisor Blandis. Do you have anything to add regarding Ulpianus? You were once students under the same mentor. It was your trust in him that led you to join the Epistle Hunter project despite your reservations. But also trust your knowledge and ethics as an Aegir. You need not recuse yourself. All I can say, Madam Consul, is that I can be accountable for every word I say here at this tribunal. I will not intentionally put forward a hypothesis in his favor, nor will I make any conjectures that could hurt him. That is all. Greek feast. Greek Jacksepticeye. Sounds like you two are pretty close. Ulpianus does not answer. The questioning continues, but Blandis says no more. Suddenly he looks up towards you, as though he sensed something. You meet his weary grey gaze across the length of the Sophon Theatrum. He seems to have noticed something. The consul next to him and several other Aegir catch that peculiar moment, and some of them follow his gaze. You look back to your side and find the seat empty. Don't mind me, just a landlubber here to watch. Oh no, Doc? Yeah, yeah, indeed. We actually like the readers, we viewers know that there's multiple. Yeah, it's just the characters in the story can't confirm it. The tribunal has arrived at an adequate conclusion. Claudia, Scotty, Laurentina, and the rest of the Abyssal Hunters have made tremendous sacrifices and contributions to Aegir. It is a blessing for Aegir that new ideas continue to emerge from their knowledge and experience even after 5 years. They have demonstrated that they are both innocent and safe, and that their return at this stage of the Waterway program is not a threat, but a reassurance. Yet now our attention turns to another of the surviving hunters, Ulpianus. He has concealed his movements for reasons unknown, and has attempted to influence the other hunters. Both actions clearly contravene his duty. Based on our present information, we are unable to determine his motives, goals, or even whether he still qualifies as Aegir. Ulpianus must be found. If his intentions are indeed benign, as Gladia claims, our suspicions must be cleared through proper questioning. Those who question may have been answered may now leave. Those whose questions have not may continue their inquiries. What the fuck? Dude, I got a double on the fucking back-to-back bot on Twitch. Like, they were restricted. The likely ban evader restricted. Gee, I wonder why. Eat a clementine or from clementine. I don't have any. I have oranges, actually. Do you have anything to add, Consul Gladia? Oh, look at her. Goddamn. The coral-shaped terminal at the center of the Sophon Theatrum slowly closes and sinks into the ground. Space is now flat and empty like a stage ready for a new play. Gladia stands alone on it. I have told you all I know. I have no objections to the tribunal's conclusion, nor to the suspicions cast upon Ulpianus. People begin to file out, many turning to nod towards Gladia as they reach the exit. The remaining audience continues to ask questions, and Glydia responds to each one, whether she's able to answer or not. The water caustics cast by the dome weave a picture of light and shadow of the ring of light surrounding the space, dancing on Glydia's expressionless face. She does have 5 shadows. Even as an Aegir, I find this hard to understand sometimes. They fling words at her like spears one moment, and thank her for the contributions next. They're sincere, you know. Science requires people to separate facts from feelings, and they're good at it. I know, I'm just... Never mind. As for Captain Ulpianus, all they have are suspicions. Swordfish, the Doctor, Calcit. Someone will think of a way. What next? We wait for Swordfish, which, unfortunately, will take a while. You're sighing too? She used to visit the Sophon Theatrum to watch plays whenever there wasn't a mission. Sometimes I went with her. Captain Glydia. She's fairly well versed in the arts, her mother's influence, supposedly. Unlike everyone else, however, she liked the highest, furthest seats, so I would always end up having to sit apart from her. Why? For her, keeping the distance helps filter out the noise. Ignoring some of the finer details makes it easier for her to fully immerse herself in the story. Right now, though, she's the one at center stage. She's lost her accustomed sense of distance, becoming the subject of judgment, scrutiny, and discussion. No one in her position can remain unperturbed. It's time to get why I sighed. Why? Because only now does it really feel like we're back. 181 centimeters of glorious Glydia art. True. Tall woman. I didn't actually read this. Tribunal welcome. Yeah. People look for the familiar in those whom they have not seen for a while, forgetting the existence of time. Like the marine snow, when the blood of our brethren and the flesh of the seaboard become mixed in the water, only our will keeps us human. Lydia's 5 shouts. Vigil can summon only 3. Lydia better than Wishadal. True, Scotty is still better than Wishadal at reading, but that also, you know, the bar is like below ground for that, so you know. I'll go by the bathroom quickly and then we'll continue. Fucking vibing to this lobby music. Oh, you mean main screen? Yeah, would be nice. Yeah. I mean, there's so many like event lobby themes that would be so nice to have as a main screen theme. Also, yeah, they should let us choose the main screen image and the song separately instead of having them like locked to specific ones. Gotta hurry. Fucking words. Kalerpa archeo safaridium. Safaridium. Kalerpa archeo safaridium. Here? Who else in Miliarum is cultivating endangered seaweed? Oh, hello. Small woman. Kind of cute though. Hypnea fenestralis, Halamenia fimbriatus, Palmaria purpureus. Wait, the color of this Sargassum pennata. Cultivated it myself. Why are you in the streets? It's too dry, you'll die. What happened here? Did someone do this? Why are you migrating? Is there something... Wait. Was she a pufferfish? Oh yeah, like little spikies there. They're gone? This pipe. Wah! Wah! She's cooked. She fell into the sewer. This is... What's going on? The rumbling. Is the city moving? Dude, she was left behind? Something's moving. Who's there? You. Vacuole inflates merrily. Very merrily. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Not at all. Lucilla and I were just performing regular inspections and maintenance on the city's unit framework. Still no sign of Talia? Small girls become dead girl. No. Cityborn kinda cute though. He's being assimilated. Get him, get him, get him. He thinks they're cute. Get him. He's being assimilated. Come on, Lucilla. It hasn't been that long since we made the report. I can tell you care about her. Did she mention getting into any trouble recently? She isn't one to look for trouble. I can't imagine her offending anyone. What you say certainly fits her profile. Did she ever talk to you about the waterway program or beacon data? No, I wouldn't say we're close exactly. We talk from time to time, but she's more of a loner who prefers to work on her own stuff. Wait, is she a suspect? Sorry, maybe I'm making her sound suspicious. But it's probably just stress. There's been fighting almost every day in the 6 months that Miliarium has been away from the home territories. Everyone here is on edge. Church of the Deep continues its attempts to sabotage the waterway program. We've eliminated many cultists over those months. Does that mean the final Seaborn will be hot since they keep eating pretty girls? Good point. They might. I mean, you know, we've seen, you know, Scotty Alter, so... Until they were exposed, they appeared to just like any of our countrymen. She'd have no reason to... Well, to be honest, I've never quite understood why she chose to join the waterway program. What do you mean, ma'am? You already know that she used to work at the Institute of Ecological Art, right? The IEA moved to another city when this one evacuated its original position and received new battle orders. Right, and she made the chance. She had the chance, I can read, to go with them to continue her work, but instead she chose to... Sorry to interrupt, but could you explain more about this evacuation you mentioned? You remember, don't you, Lucilla? You were working on the dome at the time, so you had the best view of the whole thing. Yeah. It was one of Aegir's largest volcanic power stations, feeding countless laboratories, and Millenarium was responsible for its construction and defense. The city was parked beneath the power station. Through the dome, I could see its red glow illuminate the ocean for miles. The heat it generated attracted many different creatures. It's the largest endangered plants reserve in Aegir, and the ideal environment for Millenarium's ecological art to flourish. Oh god, I have like a little itch in my throat. Oh yeah, it was on my, got her legs, only her legs. Actually, technically the legs was the only part it didn't get. It ate the top half, so then just the legs were left. Then that light turned dark. Seaborn? Yeah. A year ago, swarms of seaborn arrived in the ocean currents. Millenarium ordered an emergency evacuation. That the natural environment to support it, the Institute of Ecological Art, like other related institutions, were forced to relocate. But there's a full legion in the city. We could have retaken the power station. War orders for the waterway program had just arrived. Millenarium was in fact being strategically redeployed. I came in with the legion after that. The lives of so many of our people were changed, including Lucilla. By the way, I transferred from the dome to groundwork because I was afraid of heights. Sorry, off topic. Applies to work on the dome while being afraid of heights. So you mean to say that Tulia might have had ulterior motives for joining the waterway program? That is a serious accusation. I don't believe it either. No, I'm just telling you what I know. But it's undeniable that there are 100,000 souls in this city. Not all of them are fully committed to the waterway program. Most just carry on with their lives, not understanding the kind of path we're clearing out in the ocean. This woman is mad sus. She doesn't seem that sussy. I just think she looks fucking hot. Still negative heights if you're underwater, though. True. How can you be afraid of the, you know, heights if you're underwater? It shouldn't work like that. MILF bias. Damn. I've been called out. Caught. Yep, I read that. Even our Iberian guest here came to learn more about the program, didn't she? Whether Tulia is linked with the Church of the Deep or not, the fact remains that she made an unauthorized copy of data on the waterway program. We'll have to find her to learn why. But Millenarium isn't that big. She'd have been found by now, even if she were hiding between dome layers or in the corners of the circulation system. True, she may have already left the city, but we were unable to find her biosignature in the nearby waters. Nor were there any unscheduled ship movements at the port. She couldn't have gone beyond our sensors range in just a few days using civilian deep water equipment. However, the city did make a short movement around 30 hours ago to receive the Iberian mission. Perhaps. Could she have left the city at that time? She might have. Unlucky. I like how this seems to just be that she was just real unlucky. She was following seaweed around and then got real unlucky. Peak mentioned! Peak mentioned! So, the Colombian scientist Kristen Wright broke through the barrier for the first time in more than 10,000 years. The hole she pierced hasn't completely closed even after a year. Aegir's surveillance of the universe through this opening continues, and so far no anomalies have been detected. Oh, and yeah, there's confirmation that's a year after it, yeah. I tried to stop her, to no avail. We still have time, but it's running short. Ripping apart the electron clouds of high-energy beam. We were not aware of any energy sources on land that could support such a brute force measure. Her method came from the same place as Aegir's technology, prehistoric civilization. She had discovered sarcophagi beneath tri-mounts that preserved that civilization's spark, managed to obtain the trust of its custodian. Before leaving the home territories, I had not expected to find anyone with your profound understanding of both Aegir and prehistory from the lands. Don't have enough time. Against what? You've demonstrated once again that there's still much about Terra that we do not understand. Finns trapped in the depths lose their perception of light. Likewise, our nation must continue to explore even if we can no longer support grand expansions. The Stargate, the Twin Moons, the Barrier, the ruins in the Mantle. There's much on this planet that was not formed naturally. Our Voyager fleets, having traversed to the far side of the planet, have even detected highly unusual terrain concealed behind the distant dark fog. Yo, the dark side of Terra. Little confusion where a event took place before now. Yeah, there was. There wasn't quite sure like where they were. But also like it feels like there's been like some time also between Stultifera and Path of Life, and I guess we're still not sure how long that's been. But I mean, yeah, like, it probably all happened in like the year or whatever. End of the map. There, the sea currents abruptly cut off, as though they had reached the end of the ocean. That is merely a hotbed that has long since cooled. The most important prehistoric relics lie in the Aegir heartlands. You know this, Madam Consul. Prehistoric ruins beneath the seabed are a gift from the ocean to Aegir. They nurtured your civilization and have granted you power and knowledge far beyond the terrestrial nations. And with them, responsibility. As you say, Dr. Kelset, responsibility. When did the land dwellers first start calling themselves human? When they lit the first fire of Originium? Built their first city with stone and mud? On land, self-awareness and identity were established naturally over time. Even today, humanity is often denied in the narrowest terms. For the Aegir, it was conferred. We were not the same race as the predecessors, but we inherited their identity as we inherited their mantle. Thus, Aegir is born with a responsibility to humanity. Seaburn will not compel us to abandon this duty. On the contrary, they add to its weight. You are indeed the right consul for Miliarium, Madam Consul. Where's this coming from? Your temperament. As Aegir, you are patient and kind. That does not diminish the arrogance in your thinking. That is to say, Aegir's arrogance. I do not believe our conversations about the hole in the barrier, the ruins in the mantle, and even the future of civilization itself are merely small talk to lighten the mood. Just as I do not believe Aegir will rely on passive solutions. After all, isn't Milarium's department from its home territories a proactive effort to create a new line of defense? So my question is, Madam Consul, what is Aegir's endgame for the waterway? I've already told Gladia Aegir's answer, that which you could call arrogant. You have the right to know as well. There's much on this planet that was not formed naturally, and Aegir does not believe they are unrelated. Be they wonders like the Stargate and the Tin Wounds, or calamities like Originium and the Seaborn. These phenomena cannot be random products of spontaneity. They must be interconnected in some way. Maybe? To solve the Seaborn problems at its source and stop Terra's crisis, we need to fully understand Terra, including the hidden secrets of the land. But those are for the future. Simply seek my answer for what's at hand. My endgame for the waterway is to ensure that hundreds of thousands of Milarians inhabitants and tens of thousands of Peanut Battalion troops in Grand Faro live to see Aegir's main force arrive. Uh-oh. Path of Light sounds like a documentary. It almost is. What happened if Doctor woke up in Aegir? Yeah, who knows? Distress signal. From the squadron tasked with beacon deployment at Nest 37. Oh no. You're sharp. Saved me the effort of looking for you? How much has Miliarium has hold of you of the waterway program? Thought you'd care more about the hunters. Tribunal has demonstrated their innocence. They are not alone. Besides, Gladia's return to Aegir and its conspiracies are of her own accord. Let's continue where we left off at the Sophon Theatrum. The war between Aegir and the Seaborn has gone on for more than 2 centuries. but both sides have set their sights on dry land at almost simultaneously. Words. Sudden migration of an entire species, and a change in direction for an entire nation. Perhaps deep down they stem from the same cause. Sounds like you don't trust any of Aegir's plans. I know more than I've told Gladia. This extra knowledge forces me to be cautious about Aegir's past and future actions. But it's too soon for her to know, and not your place to know at all. Our only concern for now is the waterway program. Path connecting the land and the sea. Neither that doctor nor the Inquisition fully trust in this, or else you would not be here. Oh crap, I had a little like... phlegm in my throat. What the hell? Clearing the seas with powerful weapons to buy time for the main force from the home territories to arrive. Aegir's warfare design is always simple and effective. There have been anomalies in the city that we cannot ignore. I heard about a missing person. That consul is a formidable woman. During Millennium's voyage, she has called many of the corrupted and thwarted their sabotages, while the two escorting legions have sustained far fewer losses than expected. Everything has gone well, almost too well. Now, a staff member in the program has gone missing at the most crucial stage. This is just the beginning. I'm looking into it and I will eliminate any potential threats. I can enter most places and evade the Sea Patrol's regular rounds of ease. But I fear the problem runs deeper. I'd rather not barge into an important lab of the Consul's Pensivarium, unless I have to. I'm not your messenger to the hunters, I'll be honest. After all, we can help you move around the city. What? Weird. It feels like it should have been like, you should work with Rose Islands, and like it... I'm not your message to the hunters does not move into this very smoothly. Rose Island wants to work with me and watch me, I assume. So be it. One more thing. Scotty. If you care about the hunters, keep a close eye on her. Seaborn slime in throat. Oh. No. Just normal slime. 156, 157. Never seen a port this busy. Things not going well on the front lines. Still in the mood for music? Why not? Soon he might be too busy for it. Gonna morb. There you are, Captain Gladia. Went to Consul Clementio with Dr. Kelsid right after Tribunal, right? How did it go? Well enough, but I was only there to make introductions. They had much to discuss and I had no reason to stay. I did have a brief discussion with Clementio and the current plans for the Abyssal Hunters, though. Aegir's waterway will open soon. Until then, the hunters will fight alongside the two legions accompanying Millennium. See, I was right. I'd rather be there killing monsters than sit through another debate. So what's the mission and when do we move out? The command instruction and battle plans are pending discussion with the Legion commanders. Scotty? Boop! Scotty can count up to 167 confirmed. No way. Hey, that's the emergency alarm, right? What happened? Seaborn invasion? I'm Consul Gladia, status report. Yes, ma'am. 2 squadrons from Legion X were sent to deploy the beacon at S-37 today, as planned. But we just received a distress signal. They're attacked by Seaborn on the way. The Seaborn were prepared? Unclear. The situation is still developing. The Academy of Technology hasn't had time to produce a report. Are there any corvettes on standby in the port? Always. You can claim one by logging into the terminal. Thank you. Keep me posted about the squadron's coordinates. Once close enough, the Abyssal Hunters will disembark and swim into battle. Roger. Laurentina, with me. Scotty, you stay behind. Damn. Captain? Don't overthink it. The contract between land and sea is paramount. Kelsid can't be in 2 places at once, so I need you to keep the doctor safe. This is an order. Received. That's... Laurentina's group is embarking for battle, but they just came back. It has something to do with the alarm. The fleet deploying the beacon at Nest 37 was attacked by Seaborn and they're going out to help. You know the Abyssal Hunters? I do. Had a brief partnership on land, facing challenges and battling enemies together, including the Seaborn. That's impressive, given their temperament and fighting style. Go up and greet Consul Godia and myself if we weren't in the middle of an emergency. Haven't had the opportunity since they returned. Does everyone in Aegir know the Hunters? Of course not, but I once worked with them, and even aspire to join them. In another timeline. Someone from your team said you used to be a researcher. My expertise in genetic engineering qualified me for the Abyssal Hunter program. Studied under the head of the project, who was also the first Abyssal Hunter. What is your secret? How can you read Gladia's lines when her thighs are all over the text? I don't know, man. Maybe I've just seen them so much by this point. I've become immune. At the time, few were compatible, and even fewer successfully underwent the operation, but he and Gladia had already achieved spectacular results. The most remarkable feat was a 3-day battle with the Seaborn in a hydrothermal vent that bought time for 2 energy survey cities to evacuate. Seaborn evolved constantly. The use of weapons strictly regulated, they were the safest and most effective countermeasure. I watched them leave and return every day. Watched them lie down in the regenerative gel, exhausted, waiting as I recorded the data, tested their function, repaired their bodies. Those are the cost of victory people could not see. I'm not entirely sure what motivated me at the time, but one day I submitted an application to become a hunter to the Institute of Development Planning. I'd have done the same. What? I mean, I'd have wanted to apply myself. See your mentor and everyone else risking their lives like that. Nobody wants to feel that they weren't doing enough. You seem fit enough, and as a researcher, you're beyond familiar with their function and combat style. Wait, then why didn't you? Because my application was rejected. But why? Shakes head. I didn't ask, and my mentor wouldn't have answered. So you joined the Sea Patrol instead? Because it's the unit that works most closely with the hunters? Yes, and monitors them. The Corvette is ready for you. Right, sorry, Irene, I shouldn't have bothered you with my past. It's fine. Back to work. If the fleet battles the Seaborn, we must also locate the missing scientist for answers. Sea Patrol's objective remains unchanged. As for you, Irene, you're staying with us. Wait, what for? We won't be in the thick of battle, but it's still dangerous. It's the Sea Patrol's duty to keep you safe. I appreciate Perfecta, but I'm good. Not afraid of the Seaborn. Every Inquisitor has Seaborn blood on their hands. Former Inquisitor, as I recall from your files. I appreciate your assistance during the investigation. Like I said, you're sharp and brave. But you didn't come to Aegir to fight. Go back and stay with the other emissaries. Are you implying that the war between Aegir and the Seaborn is beyond the land dwellers' comprehension? Yes. Your concerns are justified. We're trying to comprehend is why I'm here. There are many things I, as an Iberian, need to understand. Aegir, the Seaborn, true war, and everything that's happening in the depths of the ocean. The land isn't far from here. Aegir is only a single city in this region, but beyond it lies the entirety of Iberia. I'm gonna sneeze, uh-oh. It's angry bonding time. Don't worry, I don't intend to get myself killed at sea. Such maturity at your age. You must have a good mentor. Had a good mentor. From what I've heard, better than yours, at least. Prepare a set of deep water equipment for Irene. Let's go. Yo, diver suit Irene. Where? I almost sneezed, but then didn't arrive. Boop. Audio log 13. Unknown language, unknown time. Unknown language. The reactor of a United Star Line starship still burns so brightly. Since the atmosphere control center crashed, we've been shrouded in dull grey clouds. A radiant sight like this certainly lifts the spirits. To my pleasant surprise, Valeria was also on the starship. I discovered once she landed that she had come to bid farewell to her mother. Ever since joining the Stargate modification project, she has been completely absorbed in her duties. It's surprising to see her still concerned with worldly matters. The sneeze feel is back. Fucking lore, but my sneeze. Ugh. United Star Alliance sounds so familiar. You might just be thinking of United Airlines. You know, the American, like, cheapo airline. My nose. My sneeze. Stop. Stop. Okay. If she still has a mind for such things, perhaps we might finally talk about that wedding that's been put on hold for the past 10 years. I soon dismissed that thought as foolish. The woman I once knew now stood before me like a stranger. I could no longer discern what she was thinking. As she stood before her mother's life support pod, her expression was one I had never seen before. It was neither sorrow nor regret. It was envy. What could she possibly envy about her dying mother? Was it the peaceful release offered by the machine's simulated world? Oh right, this is probably, yeah, this is like records from the stuff. Shove the lip balm up nose. You're still here, Jordy. Everyone else has left. Sorry, I didn't know there would be a tribunal today. That's okay. The search logs. You've asked quite a few questions. How big is the ocean? Is it bigger than the land? By how much? Can Aegir cities float to the surface? How do the Aegir tell whether it's day or night? Is this how you've been trying to understand Aegir? It may confuse you even more. Mr. Avitus? Not sure why, but I feel really excited. Dude, he's a lore head. He's learning the lore. Streamer, no, actually though. I don't know what's up with it. In the Inquisition's nautical charts, the ocean extends only a few nautical miles from shore before giving way to unknown regions marked in grayish blue. In some areas we couldn't even get near the shore. But your charts are so detailed. Geological features, energy pockets, local fauna and flora. There's so many pages, I don't even know where to start. The forest at the heart of the ocean, icebergs that never melt, thermal vents deep in the trenches. For a moment I thought that the land, sea and sky were all mine for the taking, that I need simply reach out, like everything was made for me. Sorry, that sounds really arrogant, doesn't it? That sounds like Aegir, Jordy. Quite the opposite, young man. It is but a most basic desire. Yeah, exactly. That's just how Aegir see the world. It's all mine. But The young Aegir looks up and gazes at the coral-shaped terminal. Holographic images and words leap up and down, illuminating his soft eyes. I've been in Miliarium for a whole day now, but I can't handle your tech. I don't get your discussions, and I've even lost of directions. The tribunal that had just happened. I have no idea how you guys settle your disagreement. I did a search for Brailgon, the ship designer who I thought was my ancestor. I saw his face, heard his voice, and looked at his designs. Is there really anything I have in common with him? Would his descendants really turn out to be someone like me? I couldn't find a single sign that says I belong here. Aegir is like a lighthouse, bright and tall. I always knew it existed, but when I finally followed its light and reached its base, why do I feel lost instead? Thought you were feeling excited, not lost. Brailgon. It's been many years since his name was last spoken. He was a remarkable man, even amongst the Aegir. He was the most talented designer in the Academy of Technology, but left everything behind to go ashore, right when his country needed him most. Even the city's connected to him, albeit in a somewhat unusual way. How so? It was through this city that he went on land. Institute of Development Planning even tried to penalize a few consuls for failing to stop him. Listen, Jordy. I cannot discern whether you are truly bound to him by blood, though such a connection holds little significance. What matters is that there can be no doubt that you are Aegir. I know I am, but how do I prove I belong here if I can't even trace my own heritage? A true Aegir needs no proof of that. But I understand. We all search for answers in the past. I'm no different. I can say with a straight face that I'm one of Aegir's foremost authorities on prehistory. For I believe in the weight of history and that it contains truths and patterns that will show us the way forward. What if it's a way of destined destruction for Aegir? I'm sorry, what was that last part? Vitus cosplay. Dude, he is kind of dripped out though. Are you alright, Scotty? Oh, it's the pretty song again. Huh? Did you say something, Doctor? Sorry, I was just thinking about shark and swordfish. They're probably on a killing spree right now. Chin up, Scotty. Not worried about them, they're strong. Nothing could ever happen to those around me, which is why I was always alone until I joined Rhode Island. Now it's happening again. I'm here. Thank you. Are you afraid you'll bring disaster to the hunters? Maybe. But we hunters aren't afraid of the bad end we might bring to each other. Because we all share the same grim fate, we can trust each other with our lives. This time though, it might not just be the hunters. I could bring disaster to all of Aegir. You won't. I believe in you. That's what Captain Ulpianus always said. He would explain our battle plans in great detail to everyone else, but with me, he simply said he'd believe in me. Ulpianus just knew that Scotty wasn't smart enough for the whole plan and was just like, okay, just do your best, okay? Yeah. He believed I could complete my mission even if I couldn't memorize those complex strategies. And do you believe him? He was always so reliable and had an answer for everything. I remember the songs he wrote before battles. He said we would use them as codes to communicate because the Seaborn didn't understand music. But I just liked the songs. He had a great sense of direction, too. He could always lead us all back, even when we were lost in those maze-like nests. We could always count on him to point the way until the final battle? Yes. The 1st and 4th companies sacrificed themselves to clear a path, while the 2nd held off the Seaborn that were rushing back. Captain Ulpianus led the charge and soon arrived at the target, the core organ of the Firstborn. Then we lost his signal. I thought he was dead, so it fell to me to deal the killing blow. But he wasn't. Yeah, I don't know what happened that day. I still don't know why he didn't come back. And the more I don't know, the more I feel like I need to do something. Trust your warrior's instincts, Scotty? Remember? Whoosh, pow, thud. Rush in with a whoosh, knock them down with a pow, and finish them with a thud. I remember. Head empty. The most empty of the heads. Arrived at the target coordinates. Came as fast as we could, though not fast enough, it seems. This is a graveyard. Rip. Giant shipwrecks and seaborne remains lie entangled in a grotesque embrace. Pale flakes descend like snow. Wait, what's this before or after? After, okay. While someone giving it a more romanticized name, marine snow, it does little to hide its cruel nature. Fragments of organic matter, both seaborne and human. The sweetness of blood and the stench of death. Intensified by the cannon's lingering heat spread with the falling flakes. The Abyssal Hunter's strong sense of smell magnifies all of this, and Spectre cannot help but cover her nose. This shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, Shark? Fleet pins down the Seaborn with superior numbers as the Hunters flank and eliminate the Swarm's core. We've used this tactic often. This is the same scene we see each time we leave their nest. I know, perhaps we spent too much time on land. It's not a pleasant thing to recall. One engineering mothership, 10 battleships, numerous smaller ships. The wreckage positions on the seabed indicate they stayed in formation. They were not taken by surprise. The signs of gravitational distortion nearby rocks. Tried to stop the Seaborn using force fields. But the Seaborn were faster. The ships weren't even able to form a crossfire. They fought with them in close quarters. Something's not right. What's the matter? Squadron's destination was Nest 37, but all the ships appear to be headed for Miliarium. Besides, now that the squadron is destroyed, why haven't the Seaborn made their next move? Swordfish. Ooh, Jesus. Ooh. Spectre's eyes. Let's go. Monka. Monka is. The Irene trying to move in water. Alright, grab my hand. I did tell you to stay on the Corvette. Burb can't swim. Deep water equipment may keep you from being crushed by the water pressure, but even the A-gear are at the mercy of the ocean currents without proper training. I could use some help once you're done laughing. Dude, they are kind of... Burb and Secunda kind of are. Like, now they're holding hands and everything. Imagine you're dancing with a rowdy partner. Counter her moves and find your balance. This is how you fight the currents. You're light. It shouldn't be hard for you. Don't look at me like that. I'll meet you up ahead. The tension. A broken lighting array. Trace amounts of organic tissue on the broken metal frame, human and seaborn. Find anything? Some tissue that matches the sample provided by the Institute Development Planning. It's Tulia. Miliarium was parked here around 40 hours ago. Based on the location of the array, she had left from the circulation system sewage exit at the edge of the city. But why did she leave? Hard to reconstruct the scene with what's available. Currents have already washed away most of the clues. I'm afraid we won't find out if Tulia was a cultist with a grudge against the waterway program or what happened to her from here. Fucking rip. Burb already has a GF in Shark and a boyfriend in Lumen. This is 2 hours away by ship from Miliarium's present location. Even with deep water equipment, she couldn't have swum back. Based on remaining tissues, it seems she had encountered a seaborn. There's no way she could have survived. Right, a dead end. Unless... that's the direction of the Abyssal Hunters went. The battle may be fiercer than expected. Waterway program is in its final phase. Once Nest 37 has been located, we can clear the seaborne from this entire area and open up a waterway. This can't just be a coincidence. Could the incident with Tully have something to do with the attack on the fleet? Or maybe her incident is just a red fin to distract the sea patrol. A red fin, a red herring. There are too many uncertainties, as if everything's sucked in a giant vortex. Let's go back to the city for now. Irene's feathers grow with the number of her possible partners. The lore. Hardbank to port. Full speed ahead. Go around that ridge and turn back. That should lose a third of the seaborne on our tail. Hope they're fucking cooked. The cellular organisms have invaded. Sir, the seaborne have breached the hull. They're inside the ship. Irene's Lumen shippers are delirious. This is a shoujo ai story. No, it is real. It is so beyond real. It is more real than any other one. It's the shoujo ai shippers who are delirious. They have blinded themselves to the truth of Irene Lumen. Irene has never smiled at anyone as much as she's smiled at Lumen, okay? Keep the evasive maneuvers going, Hellsman. We'll deal with the ones inside. Like, frankly, Spectre just sexually harasses Irene. And that's all it is. Camouflage code. Camouflage going down to 10%. Will be fully visible soon. Buy as much time as you can. Yes, sir. Take care of the rest, Shark. Pizza cutter. Abyssal Hunters. Gladia. Recognize you, man. Have the other ships made it safely back to Milarium, Madam Consul? Sword clashing with a slime shouldn't sound like that. It might be a very hard slime, okay? They are seaborne. Thank goodness. The more of our elites we save, the more strength we'll have for what's ahead. No, Are you the commander of this vessel? Yes, ma'am. We were ambushed. A large swarm of seaborn left their nests and appeared in the squadron's route, virtually unheard of in previous beacon deployments. We couldn't reveal our battle plans, we had to retreat. Our ship was the fastest in the fleet. The most logical tactic was for us to delay the seaborn while the main fleet retreated. How many survivors are there on your ship? 26. Less than 1 in 10. Why the silence, Madam Consul? I see. I'm sorry, Commander. Your ship and your 26 men are the only survivors. Oh, where? All seaborn inside the ship have been eliminated. There's no better way to tell you, so I'll make it brief. 1,000 or so men whose retreat you were covering fell into an even bigger ambush. Happy to see your ship weaving through the complex terrain as we arrived. What you couldn't have seen is a seaborn had you completely surrounded. You were just chasing your own tail in their trap. We failed the mission. Yet we were the ones who lived. Losses are much worse than expected. But you did live. Lift your head, Aegir. You and your men are just as much Aegir's elites, and you will give your strength to what's ahead. For now, Laurentina and I will bring you back to the city. Scary woman. My goodness, Gladia. Price and sacrifice. A life given willingly is a sacrifice. A life given unwillingly is a price. Both are burdens to bear for the one who ordered them. Voice log 21. Hell yeah. Unknown language, unknown time. Hell yeah. Eating. Valeria has been back for half a month now, but I fear the package from Talos may never arrive. Those precious prototype technologies and biological specimens were lost, along with the civilian-grade environmental simulation and unit I ordered. Talos, no way again mentioned. Also, why is Valeria? Why does the name Valeria sound familiar? I need to stop spoiling myself. Oh right, yeah. You hadn't finished yet. People leave. Oh, we don't have people leave as an emote. Oops. No notification, no incident report. Cosmos simply slammed the door in our faces without warning. Poor mother. She must endure the life pod a few days longer. This may be selfish, but I was the one who insisted on bidding her farewell in a simulated environment. Until the moment she entered hibernation, I'll say thanks for coming, Outcast. Bye-bye. Until the moment she entered hibernation, she wanted to see her grandchildren. How could I tell her the grandchildren she envisioned simply do not exist? Me? I was like, when are you having kids? What now? Kids? No doubt she still dwells in that glorious age where we journeyed among the stars. The only way she could see that continuing life doesn't just add to the pain. I chose Talos Union Industries products for their reliability. Mother's too sharp. If the simulation tech was even a generation older, she'd see right through it. Should have realized the risk of interstellar transport sooner. Valeria's leave is all used up. As she left, she was still talking about her grand mission, showing not a single sign of regret. I don't know if she was leaving her regrets behind or never had any in the first place. One day, I too will sign my name on the consent form and shut down Mother's life pod. Dude, I love these little excerpts of like the previous history, like stuff. That MILF is back. What brings you here? I came to see you. You just undergone embryo separation surgery. The Institute of Facility Management should have allowed you to take time off to rest. Surgery is as non-invasive as it gets, you know? There's no need to rest that long. Can't tell whether you care more about me or the little fellow in the incubation chamber, Magister Abatus. Wait, is he the dad? Maybe. Of course I care about you, but any newborn in Aegir as it is now deserves attention as well. After he's born, will you choose to raise him personally or give him to the Institute of Incubation? I don't think about that sort of thing. It's too far away, too distant. Went to the hospital before I came here. The hospital? Why? You're aware of the battle yesterday, yes? Sure you've seen the news. 2 fleets and over 1,000 legionnaires went into battle. Only 26 returned. The waterway program's at a turning point. Miliarium has endured its greatest sacrifice since its departure. Also been quite a few abnormalities in the city as of late. What is it you're trying to say? Sea Patrol are already looking for you, aren't they, Cassia? About that missing data scientist? Magister Avitus. Yeah, maybe he's just like really into, you know, increasing the population. Another example of the talent behind the hit game, gacha game Mommy Nights. So true. You know, of all the documents in your collection, the one I like the most is The Death of Life, despite its lack of scholarly value. I only ever found the diary by accident. More than 300 years ago, 4 great researchers studying the prehistoric civilization made incredible discoveries in the Mantle ruins, bringing back countless precious technologies and data to Aegir. Compared to all those blueprints and theoretical papers, a transcript of voice-recorded diaries is hardly worth anything. And so it gathered dust in the Academy of Sciences databases, until thanks to your curiosity it was deciphered and turned into a popular reading material. Merely the musings of an ordinary predecessor on his endless journey. But I loved the story of that predecessor. I enjoyed seeing reality through his eyes. How the connections between countless stars collapsed. How the trust between myriad races crumbled away. Goods were in short supply, technology was lost, philosophy and art fell silent. No matter how much hope and vision went into their great undertakings, they ultimately faded into silence. Just like those nanomachines interred within the beacon tower. Did you empathize with his despair, Cassia? You'd never shown a trace of that emotion, though. You even chose to have a child born into a world that could face ruin at any moment. That isn't the choice of someone who's lost all hope. I don't feel a shred of despair, really. That old-fashioned, dispirited middle-aged man, hard to imagine how I could empathize with him at all. I simply appreciated how, by borrowing from his past experiences, you ingeniously tore apart the magnificent facade covering the eyes of today's Aegir. We must accept that the things and qualities we were once so proud of have no use now. Perhaps they've always been flawed and this calamity merely exposed them. Once free of worry over survival, people will begin to consider value. We pray that our thoughts, our deeds, even our very existence will have value. Every one of Aegir's systems is designed around unearthing that value within people. However, value is fragile. You need only look at it from another angle, and the mighty will become tiny, the hideous the beautiful. It's a pity that, whether through apathy or inertia, people tend to not change viewpoints they are familiar with. And so, people live on their immutable value. When those values to crumble away, they would crumble alongside them. Exactly. When did despair begin to blossom in you? Was it when the Miliarium left the home territories? Or even earlier, after the passing of one close to you? Cassia? I'm really grateful that you came to see me today. You reminded me that I still have things to do, and time runs short. I'm surprised you allowed such pessimism to spread in your city, Clementia. A Death of Life, a prehistoric diary collated and published by Avitus. The year it was released, it proved to be incredibly popular among the citizens. They wanted a peek into an unfamiliar life, thirst born from boredom and idiocy. This is... What you just said would be enough to trigger controversy in any nation on the land, Gladia. I love that I've seen the fucking edited screenshot of this with just the... What you just said would be enough to trigger controversy in any nation on the land. Oh, Jesus. Just hit the mic. A tiny piece that implies exhaustion and despair with every line. Tells the story of how a once glorious civilization hit a dead end far more vividly than any raw data. And in today's Aegir, can it really be considered an unfamiliar life? Aegir may be the prehistoric civilization's heir, but that does not require its subservience. We need not condone the rise of exhaustion and despair. Aegir stands unwavering due to its unbreakable rationality. It is our rationality that allows us to be aware of our possible destruction, perhaps even one of all humanity. Even those who have fallen, detestable as they are, at times make choices based on long-term examination and cautious reflection. You have personally executed no small number of cultists in your days in the legions. Aye. Just as you had to personally execute any hunters who ran wild. You and I are both burdened with heavy duties that we cannot rely on sentimentality. Was it this rationality that led you to hastily throw the hunters into the battle for the waterway program, despite their recent return? Kills it. I invite the two of you to look at the beacon tower behind us. It was once an important component of the interstellar expedition our ancestors planned for. Within the tower lie countless nanomachines. First Aegir city to break through the electron cloud would have seeded them throughout the sea of stars. They would self-proliferate, self-repair, and connect together into an ever-bright road network. With this, our fleets would have been able to jump freely between the stars. After the outbreak of the seaborne crisis, Aegir turned its eyes from the stars, and the bioenergy system requiring support from a dozen or so cities was cut off. The nanomachines were incompatible with other energy sources. After losing their specialized source, they all died within that tower. Our colleagues from the Academy of Technology have helped alter this tower to serve us in a different manner, by lighting our paths. The path of life? Since Millenarium left the home territories, it has been continuously marking seaborne nests. Huge volumes of data are now compiled within that tower's control center. With the precise locations of these seaborne nests, my Class 4 weapons can destroy the primary nest in any targeted area of ocean, driving away the occupying seaborne. This will clear a path of pure water leading back to the home territories, one that can support a waterway our main forces can pass through. Perhaps the seaborne will eventually regroup, but at the very least, their accumulated nutrients will rot away in their absence, and any re-established nests will bear no fruit. You're lecturing us on the core concept of the waterway program, Madam Consul. Yes, I am, Doctor. The Abyssal Hunters only managed to save 26 lives in yesterday's battle. The seaborne were clearly forewarned. Between the oceanic interior and the continental shelf, the city has been fighting them for far too long. They are now adapting to Class 3 weapons at much faster rate. Nest 37's position is of particular import. It strangles the throat of the waterway. Abandoning it would mean stumbling at the final hurdle. This is our final battle before the waterway can be opened. We must gather all the forces we can bear as part of the program. The Abyssal Hunters are no exception. Even if they have only just arrived home. Can Aegir ensure their safe return? New combat teams are being formed as we speak. They will confront the seaborne directly and create an opportunity for the hunters to enter the nest and deploy the beacon. But as you know, these are merely routine tactics. I am unable to offer a guarantee. In that case, I know what you are worried about. Be at ease. The hunters are responsible for their own safety as well as the risk they face. As this is a joint decision by you two chief designers of warfare, I am unopposed, but I will not withdraw my objections. Claudia. An unbecoming sentimentality bubbles up in Clementia's throat. She wants to convey her guilt, her remorse, her regret. She wants to give Gladia one last hug, just like how she welcomed her back on her return. What do you mean, one last hug? Hey there, Ishmael. Did they make the beacons themselves or took them from the predecessors? I mean, they're probably... I mean, at the very least, they're, you know, heavily based on the predecessors. Like, pretty much, yeah. Like, I mean, almost everything in Aegir is, you know, just borrowed or recreated from old Civ tech, so. But she cannot. Claudia, Advisor Blandis has made preparations for your organic regeneration surgery. You should make your own before the procedure. You should what? Make your own before the procedure. What do you mean make your own? What the fuck does that mean? Huh? Donna Irene. Jordy. You're gone for a whole day. I was investigating a few things with the Sea Patrol. Also went on a trip into the ocean. Didn't enjoy it very much, so don't ask. Alright then. What about you? What have you been up to? It's not unusual to feel some discomfort. Cheer up, Jordy. This is your homeland. What's happening? We be reading the Arknights event. Big lore. Chuckles Riley. Judging by your expression, you've already studied Bregan's data? The young Aegir somehow nods his head while also shaking it. Irene did not enjoy the diving suit. Nope. It was bad. Not 100% sure, but there seems to be no real relation between me and that great naval architect. Should I actually read Arknight's story? I mean, I think you should. But I'm, like, incredibly Arknights build. What does that matter? Uncle Thiago, I hoped I'd leave Grand Faro, leave Iberia, but he never told me where to go. How's the lore reveal been? It has been enjoyable. I love the little bits where we get the little recordings from the pre-civilization. You have to read AK Story for Limbus collab. Dude, imagine how much you'd have if you actually had to read everything. I don't think they're gonna make it so that you have to be like, you just have to know the basics probably for the collab. I'm Aegir, so Aegir is where I should be. But people need some sort of concrete connection, even just a name or some notes, to truly face their family history. Amatus said that even though the Seaborn crisis has been raging for over 200 years, Aegir still has 100 or more cities comparable in size to Malarium. If I'm not Bregan's descendant, then which city did my grandparents live in before they became islanders? Or was it one of the ones that's gone now? What kind of work did they do? How did they live? In the end, who were they? Currently listed 900 plus hours in How Long to Beat. There is a lot of reading, it's true. If you want to read everything. But also, how the fuck do they even estimate it for something like How Long to Beat? Like, how do you get a decent estimation for that? I guess just like auto, like if you just put this on like auto or something, I get maybe, but it kind of depends on how fast you can read as well, so. Did I miss something? Nope. Sorry, you don't need to hear all this. You just arrived here yourself, but you're already assisting the Sea Patrol with the investigation while I'm just... You've got nerves of steel. I'm just an Iberian who can't do a thing here. Dr. Kelset is in charge of negotiation with the leader of this city, and the hunters have dived right back into the familiar battle. And my lantern and hand cannon aren't especially helpful right now. Aegir will permit Aliberry to look around its warships and ports, but will not allow her to join the legions and help fight against the Seaborn. Can't understand that sort of war. Down here in the depths, all I can do is investigate any abnormal activity within the city, in case it could jeopardize the cooperation between Iberia and Aegir. Why are you telling me all this? My hometown was destroyed in a catastrophe, Jordy. I don't have many memories of it. Scripture I carry is the only connection with it I have left. Saved my life, and doing became my guide, my faith. But when I saw the Inquisition's dungeons, climbed aboard the Stultifar Navis, witnessed my mentor's sacrifice, only then did I understand what faith was. Accepted its weaknesses, found its meaning. You mean... I don't have nerves of steel, Jordy. I get lost and confused too. It's just that, more often than not, that confusion becomes a specific issue you have to resolve. One after another, quickly as you can. Arresting the cultists, taking back the lighthouse invaded by the tides, finding a lost warship out at sea, aiding an ally investigating a missing data scientist. The connection you're looking for can be anything, whether it's a hometown or faith. Keep looking, you'll find it. May not be quick or easy, but you'll find it. Can I really do it? Can you not? Helped Iberia to relight its final lighthouse. Save 3 abyssal hunters. Didn't Laurentina tell you that that's enough to get a commendation from the consul herself? Whether it's as an Aegir or an Inquisition clerk, there are a lot of things you can do. Dude, girlfriend glazing up her boyfriend. I didn't realize it had an intro on how long to beat to begin with. Yeah, I didn't either, actually, but I'm not surprised. Fear that Seaborn will eat her and grow wings. Oh. Supportive platonic friend. No. That was a wife supporting her husband. Perfecto. You're back the city. Fucking typos, man. Like how? Like there's been at least 5 like significant typos or like oopsies, like just quality control things already. You're back in the city, but from the look on your face, I take it the investigation didn't go so well, did it? Lucilla, forgive me. I need to report on my progress to Consul Clementia. Not at liberty to divulge any details. Actually, I was looking for you. There's something I should have remembered back when you were explaining the situation to us. Nothing major, honestly, I might not even help. But I felt like I had to tell you. Go on. Doing decent with the location edition. Patholai had a bunch of them. Chapter 14 also had a bunch of just like typos and like, you know, just quality like assurance issues. It feels like most events still have at least a couple typos. This one there's just been like quite a few already, like not even halfway through. You're the last researcher left. It's like a flashback. I'm really sorry. Can you give me 1 more hour? Oh. Calorpa Arceus Apheridim, Hypnea Fenestralis, Halomania Fimbriatus, Palmaria Purpureus, Sargassum Penata. There's not too many left. I'll finish cataloging them real quick. No need to rush, Tilia. I'm just here for a routine inspection. You know who I am? Mm-hmm. We were in the same batch before the transfer assessment by the Institute of Development Planning. Might not remember me, though. Are you preparing to transport these seaweeds? This doesn't violate any protocols, does it? Calm down. This building's handover procedure is already complete. If you leave the samples and cultivation equipment behind, you'll end up having to pack them away in bulk. Thanks for the warning. But with all these seaweeds, how could you possibly take them all away at once? Now that it's close to land, Miliarium will be undergoing target reformation. City won't have the space or the resource to breed seaweeds. Yeah, I know. I'll take as much as I can. I'll think of something. Someday that won't inconvenience anyone. But the base by the volcano is already... That was once Aegir's biggest endangered plants reserve, so it gets swallowed up by the seaborn. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest and most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Within bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat seafloor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best they can. They're as old as the ocean itself, pretty much this planet's living fossils. I'm no legionnaire and I can't go fight the seaborn. These remaining seaweeds won't help us solve the seaborn problem either. But I can't just let them wither away in here. You really love your work, huh, Talia? Don't you? She's afraid of heights. There's an issue. Ah, my little handy sent over a loading module. Sorry, but I can't stay and chat. Do you need any help? No thanks, I'm fine. Good pot for a fish. Don't know what's worse, that they are typos or they aren't typos, because it means that either there was no quality control or that or that's all that hasn't found and there was more. Yeah. Are you after the distortion? Fine, because it was very funny. I still have the unit and it was very funny. When did that happen? The day before the Institute of Ecological Art relocated. Don't know what happened after that, and I don't know if she thinks Millennium abandoned the volcanic power station in the plant's reserve. But I can't imagine her doing anything bad because of it, because she's never abandoned anything herself. Tully's residence had quite a few hydroponic tanks, but they'd been empty for a while. Yeah, at least I got something, I guess. I have a couple W Corp IDs now. I also have the 2-star W Corps. So I have more charge units. I have 0 XP to level up anything, but I have them, I guess. What you just told me might actually be significant, Lucilla. But if I may be so bold, why do you care so much about her affairs? From what I'd heard, you could hardly be considered friends. She has something I don't. Okay, I've said what I had to say. I'll be getting back to work now, Prefecta. There's been more and more happening lately. The maintenance required for the city unit framework has multiplied several fold, and I'm running out of ink as it is. What's the best user, Gregor? Fucking no idea. Probably none of them. Explain what happened in AK terms, because I watched that Limbo pulling spectacle and understood nothing. So imagine I was trying to spark for Wishadel, or I was rolling for Wishadel, and then I got I got nothing. As I got 1 6-star in 300 rolls. And then on the last roll before reaching Spark, I got OGW instead of Wishadel. That's what happened. Yes, I do play Limbus as well. Holy shit, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I got W on the 200th roll, I got W Corp done instead of Manager done. And before that, I literally only got Rodion Pursuance, and from the guarantee ticket, I got Barber. For those that are aware of Limbus people. It was disastrous. But it was incredibly funny. So, you know, you win them some, you lose some. Poor Gas Harpoon. Rip. Yeah, I already tried her in MD as well, and yeah, she's pretty silly. She's quite funny. Where were we? Up there. The landing. Perfecta Secunda. Obtain data on the city of Miliarium from the Institute of Facility Management. Right away. Retrieve all locations suitable for enclosed hydroponics. Also, contact Irene. Tully may have left other clues within the city. Ask her to meet me as soon as possible. Except Omnia Virgilius and Horse Virgilius. Yeah, the April Fools was quite something. That was a thing. Very funny. Reassessing. Biological safety of operating theater now at permitted levels. Surgery may begin at any time. Hunters, just as before, you will be kept in a deep sleep during the automated surgery. I'll also be manually repairing your outdated internal auto-adaptive junctions. This room filled to the brim with specimens, and these lab tables are all rather familiar. How long has it been since we last laid down in such an environment? 5 years, Laurentina. I should really be waiting for your medulla replacement surgery to finish and your cell origin assimilation rate to stabilize before I handle any hunter-related issues. But time is short. I have no choice but to restore you to stable condition to the best of my abilities. My apologies, Laurentina. Sentimental as always. Ah, right, as usual. A candle will be lit by her side, so our little mermaid won't look so pale while she sleeps. I've asked my staff to prepare it for you. I knew you'd remember. Giving weird, like, you must give me a candle so I do not look so pale, please. Please maintain a comfortable position and stay still while the regen gel fills. isn't so different from back then, except there's a lot less hunters now. Clear a trench of scum, close your eyes, listen to some advisor prattle on, and then sink into the regen gel and take a nap. Once you wake up, all the nauseating smells left on your body will be gone without a trace. While you were in the adverse, fickle environments of the land for long periods without care, your bodies became extremely unstable. Autoadaptive junction can monitor your seaborne genes, but 5 years of wear can render even the most precise instruments dull. Moreover, your immune systems have also fallen into disorder, thanks to their long struggle against the seaborne genes. I'll do my best to restore you all to peak condition, but anything lost during those 5 years is out of my hands. Okay? Lydia, our reunion at the tribunal is less than cordial, so I'd have liked for us to consider this our first meeting since your return. But you haven't said a word since we started. Is there anything else you need to tell us in regards to the surgery, Blandis? If not, then save it for after the procedure. We can discuss the changes we've felt over the past 5 years as well as the changes you've felt. Please stay still. Anesthetic procedure will begin in 10 seconds. Well then, sweet dreams, hunters. Did we reach this event furniture lore? I didn't look at the furniture lore yet, no. Other than that, yes, Ulpianus was, you know, composer and so on. Hi there, cool dog. Advisor Blandis, some things have come up that need your reconfirmation. Did I not say that once the operating theater doors have closed, I would be mending the hunter's auto-adaptive junctions that must not be disturbed? Central Cultron has discovered some abnormalities. You should personally check them over just to be safe. Hold on then, I'll get the door. Uh-oh. Maybe you should... Uh-oh. What's by the door? Who dare knocking at the door? The monitoring unit in the dome were performing an emergency scan. We noticed a concentration of algal biosignatures there. Thanks for informing me. Not a problem. Since you're already participating in Tullia's case, there's no reason to cut you out to part way. Place where the dome and the ground meet. It's form experimental field for roadside coral. They can't compare to the specialized setups at the Institute of Ecological Art. It's much better for seaweed breeding than small-scale hydroponic tanks in a room. Whether being her nature or out of an ulterior motive, Tullia did not apply for authorization to use this space. She found it on her own without telling anyone. Tullia. We can't say for sure if there's a church hideout here, or if Tullia is still within. In short, stay alert. Team 1 has already conformed a defensive perimeter around the neighborhood, and will monitor the roads. Irene, go with Team 2, meant to be surface roads. As for the roads connecting the dome and the mezzanine, leave them to me. Got it. Move out. Where was I? After, okay. I have to check every now and then, am I before or after? Underflow's punk rock vibe. Kinda is though, yeah. I mean, especially that haircut. Who's there? Sea Patrol. Have you found something, Perfecta Secunda? Do you need reinforcements? Somebody blocks her path, or more precisely, prevents her from leaving. The one in her way lurks in the shadows formed by the angles of the buildings, their entire body blending into the darkness save their eyes. Eyes that Secunda are all too familiar with. Whoopee-pee. Stick to the plan. Secunda cuts her comms. Whoopee-pee. It's been a while, Magister. Whoopee-pee. Blandis, the weapons technology advisor for the Waterway program and an expert in class for weapon R&D, correct? You're not from the lab. No sort of moves. If the bristles of this long-beard comb-toothed grass pierce your skin, you'll quickly fall into a tormented dream, where you'll sense your consciousness being slowly torn apart. The variety used for euthanasia has been bred to be milder, but wild ones are still pretty cruel. You may look half dead, but I know for a fact that you're the sort who really cares how they die. Church of the Deep? Don't you dare touch the anesthesized hunters. An odd fellow. Even as your life is threatened, you think of them first. You may care for the hunters, but you've never trusted the Abyssal Hunter project itself. You question its rationale, its damage to the nature of humanity, and all the sacrifice it requires. You took part in it, but only so you could personally control all the risks entailed. You experienced its demise firsthand, though the extensive project, interlinked with so many others, come to a hasty end after an uncertain failure. That you want to send these survivors, freshly returned to Aegir, back onto the battlefield. No, you don't understand. What I do is only to protect them from further harm. So why not halt the procedure? Stop them from joining the battle for the waterway program. The surgery is fully automated. I can't just stop it. Sever the oxygen pipeline below the operating table, and I'll cut the procedure short. Don't think we don't know that. If you won't do it, we can do it for you. After you finish handling the Hunter's advisor, come take a walk with us. Explain the principles behind the Class 4 weapons, as well as how to shut them down. Stop! If the operation is forcibly terminated, the Hunter will be irreversibly harmed. Scum. The researcher stops in his tracks. Researcher. He dares not step forward. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. Finally. Dude, that sneeze has been charging for like an hour. Accidentally refreshed a guaranteed 5-star tag combo. RIP. Meanwhile, I've been spamming fucking 1-hour recruitments because I still need one more dupe for Fonor. Yeah, I'll go read that. Apparently the furnish trawler this time actually seems to be very important. I will have to go and read them at some point. But I might read them after the event. If I remember. Christ, ooh. The researcher stops in his tracks. He dares not step forward, yet dares not move back, for a lance has pierced his torso, his blood dripping down its shaft. If you do not wish me to ram this straight through your chest, let go of your hand. Let go of your hand. Fucking Gladia. Based. What are you doing here? Don't ask pointless questions, Secunda. You're investigating Tulia too. Did you find anything? She's simply an ordinary data scientist who got caught up in this. She discovered something she shouldn't have. Attempted to warn the authorities, but failed. We were too slow. What she encountered has nothing to do with her past. The battle outside the city, the abnormalities within, the sea patrol staying uninvolved with the waterway program. You've noticed many oddities. Yet at the same time, your attention was so easily diverted. You mean Cassia? Precisely. You were once so focused and keen as well. So the day you decided to leave the Abyssal Hunter lab to join the Sea Patrol, I believed you had reflected upon yourself and chosen a more suitable path. It seems that was not the only time you have allowed emotion to cloud your decisions. Aside from your clothes, you haven't changed a bit in 5 years. Especially not how you talk. Okay, so he has changed his clothes though. Whether as a researcher or a hunter, you'd never refuse to hear a student's questions. You refused to answer if you thought the question itself was wrong. There are no worthless answers. The worth lies in the question. Questions are the most effective means of tempering your thoughts, and your questions were always most pointed, Secunda. And there should be no fault with my original question. What are you doing here, Ulpianus? This is the scene of a Sea Patrol investigation. A fugitive Abyssal Hunter like you should be laying down his anchor and making clear his position. Lydia and the others have proven an effective force in the battle for the waterway program. Why, despite also surviving, you chose to return to Miliarium like this? Lore reading limited only to EN, or you have knowledge from CN server 3? I get some stuff from CNs, but I try not to go like super deep into the CN stuff. Mainly because it's like, it's weird because you'll get lore through like the grapevine, so that it's not completely accurate sometimes. So like I'll hear stuff, but until I've seen it myself properly, I don't like put it fully into my brain, if that makes sense. But I do follow like CN stuff, but just I try to limit it at least somewhat, especially when it comes to specifically like more lore-ish, like story-based stuff. Most of my CN lore spoilers are always accidental. Yeah, kind of like that. It's sort of like, I'll look at some stuff and then you just kind of learn stuff no matter what. Because even just, you know, sometimes even just learning about the new units is already like spoilery, even for lore. So it's like, okay, yeah. That's more than enough grounds to attack you. The return will only make the situation more volatile. Even through Tullia's case, it's clear that the so-called waterway program is riddled with issues. Aegir has learned nothing from the failure of the Abyssal Hunter project. What are you going to do? Prevent this nation from sliding into the abyss. So you're looking awfully like our enemy now, though. Doubt me as you will, Secunda. Yeah, exactly. When Babel in chapter 14 stuff was dropping, it was fucking impossible. I managed to avoid a decent amount. Like, at the very least, for chapter 14, there was a bunch of stuff that I did not know. For Babel, though, it was really hard. I mean, yeah, Radiant. But, I mean, Radiant, you know, Radiant is just like a, you know, that's like a character. We already knew about Radiant. We just didn't have a design for her. And, you know, it was more so just all the artists loved Radiant. That was a bit different. That's not really like a significant spoiler to me. That's just a you know, a character design, essentially. But Radiant was already mentioned back in, like, chapter 7 or something. So... But yeah, there was shrill crying. What's happening in there? An ordinary Aegir, doing all she can. But Aegir will no longer show her any respect. Who are you? Irene! Irene. And he disappears. Ulpianus? Nobody responds. The hunter has already faded into the shadows. He's so impressive. He's this huge dude with an anchor the size of like 3 people. And he just like, he's like the stealthiest human to ever exist. He just fucking disappears like Batman. How he do that? Would be Batman. What the? Why aren't you asleep? Fucking dead. I'm not the only one. Oh, I suggest moving the hand carrying that whatever grass away from the advisor's neck. You... A fair hand tightly grips the plant held by the researcher, its glistening tentacles struggling fiercely as they are nipped off one by one. I told you to move it away. The real researchers are in the instrument recycling room, probably injected with paralytics. They won't wake up for a while. Also took care of the goons in the corridor. Goons! Did you leave any alive for questioning? They won't die before the Sea Patrol takes them away, at least. Badia, Laurentina, Scotty. Blandus stands in the center of the operation theater. The hunters step towards him over the intruders lying flat on the ground. They do not lower their weapons. Not going to explain the trick you played with the regen gel, advisor? My dearest Blandus, just to be clear, we are no fortune tellers. Swordfish thought something was off from the start. We've undergone hundreds of surgeries. We've probably spent more time sleeping in gels than in our beds. You should know that even if the operation failed to restore us to our full potential, we would still return to the battlefield. As I told Ulpianus when he came to me, all I wanted was for the participants of this program to live like normal people again someday. I wish for my fellow people who'd come from all walks of life to have the chance to finally return to their former lives. Scotty could continue her life of wandering, hammering away at complex lighting arrays while taking pictures of the seabed nobody else would understand. Scotty lore, fucking head empty. Laurentina's skills could let her become the next shining star of the Institute of Physical Art. You could watch the graceful stars projected across the dome while she dances alongside the meteors in the Sophon Theatrum. Or perhaps we could find her works on the street corners of each and every city. Flavius, the seaweed breeding technician, Nona, the songwriter, Lunia, the exotic organism researcher, and Celsus, the youngest ever scientific exploration fleet commander. We both still remember the names of all these hunters, Gladia. We both had our fill of sacrifice. This is far from the first time I've heard this little cliché of yours. Your feebleness and stupidity are already enough to earn your death by my lance. Luckily for you, those church scum arrived at just the right time to save your hide. Are you saying their actions have coincidentally proven my innocence? It's not what I wanted, Gladia. What I must do will not change. Your innocence is of little relevance. My point was that by choosing to expose themselves now, risking everything to stop us hunters from rejoining the battle, even holding an advisor hostage. All it shows is how effective the deployment of the Waterway program has been. Blandis, Weapons Technology Advisor of the Waterway program. Abandon your little tricks, complete our surgery, then return to your original post. Clementier's orders are the ones that Nest 37 has been successfully marked. The Class 4 weapons are to immediately strike against all nests by the Waterway. The Church is grasping at straws, as one can surmise from what those dregs were talking about earlier. They will not stop. The Abyssal Hunter project no longer exists, Blandis. If sentimentality clouds your mind and renders you feeble, tear it out. Forget it. Gladia, you're the same as ever. No, even stricter with yourself. What I ask of myself has no bearing here. Just yesterday, out of 2 entire fleets, we were only able to save 26 people from the seaborne encirclement. Before we entered this old lab, I had just learned that those 26 legionnaires had already applied for positions in the newly drawn army. War is never ending, and no soldier can tear themselves away from the battlefield. That's all it is, nothing more. Water slide program. Potential buffs. Seaborne. Icky. Oh, I love this track as well. This one is fucking great. I see names of Abyssal Hunters as potential buffs. I think those ones might be dead, Yorha. You hate this track? What do you mean? This one is fucking fantastic. You better clarify yourself. People die when it plays. Not always. Also, this track, I think this track was, the first time this track was around was actually the Jessica Alter event, I think is when this one first came out. Or the first time it was used in these segments. What the fuck? Another goddamn bot. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's one of those that still doesn't have an official OST. Yeah, you have to go find like the data mined version of it. You can find it with I think the name of the track is Wasteland, if I remember correct. That's like the internal file name for it. Where dome and ground meet, an entire wall is covered in remodeled hydroponic tanks. Various species of seaweed grow wildly, and several large clusters have already begun to grow out of their tanks. Separated by a transparent wall, they face the gloomy seawater. It's the thing. Little boy, little thingy. Little being. A lone seaborne wanders about, like a lost spirit. Its tentacles are tightly wound around a transparent container, and the rest of its body shakes and sways as it drags itself towards the tanks. This clumsy posture, as though it's unaccustomed to its body. Are you... Tulia? You can still speak. You still have your humanity. Tell me, what happened to you? Left and returned. Data, someone used waterway signal. I told her, but she... Told who? Ocean. Fall into ocean. City left. You. They're still here. So far. Phil said Ben. Give her some space, Irene. The seaborne cells have completely transformed her body. Her mind is near the point of no return. We've handled similar transformations. The stage in seaborne degeneration is extremely unstable. It's far beyond the point where you can provide palliative care. You sure took your time? I ran into something. We've been misled. Someone deliberately engendered suspicions regarding the scientist's past and her motives for joining the waterway program. Led the investigation astray. Secunda might have been like slightly suspicious of Ulpianus, like kinda, not really, but she sure did take like what Ulpianus said as just like truth right away, like, yeah, okay. You mean that woman from the Institute of Facility Management? That's right, Cassia. Once you're finished here, the Sea Patrol will inform the Institute of Facility Management and arrest her. Not the... How could the MILF be evil? What do you mean? Or not? Tulia noticed occasional abnormalities in the signaling system and told a friend, possibly Cassia. She exposed herself to the church. She'd have been chased towards the fringes of the city, where she fell into a drain and was carried out to sea by the city's circulatory system. Do you remember how we found pieces of biological tissue on our excursion outside? Crossing between two anchorage points without equipment is far beyond the limits of the human form. So in her desperation to return to the city, she ate that strange flesh. What's that she's holding? Plant nutrient fluid. Her consciousness should be gone by now. Don't tell me she returned to the city just for these seaweeds. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Within bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat sea floor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself. Pretty much this planet's living fossils. Violent shudder. Why give her a good design just to kill? Right? The cutest pufferfish girl and fucking dead. The seaborn suddenly stops, as though it has just noticed something. Its tentacles recklessly thrash about and the transparent container tumbles from its grasp, spilling nutrient fluid all over the floor. Biomonitor readings increasing rapidly. Her transformation is accelerating. But she suddenly stopped. Did something happen? Irene walks in front of the seaborn. As she passes by the glass of the hydroponic tanks, she sees her own face. Yes, I believe she saw what she had become. A data scientist, yet also a woman as simple as the seaweed she cultivates. She chose to stay, or perhaps knew that following the Institute of Ecological Art to another city would not truly have helped these seaweeds as they gradually lose their place out in the wild ocean. But now, she's become one of the pollutants threatening them herself. Irene closes her eyes. Cute pufferfish. She never knew this Aegir woman who loved seaweeds. She's only ever seen her image in the little handy. And now, before their first meeting, she's already become the seaborn she sees before her. Whether by rapier or hand cannon, she should end its life. They're just like, look at her, look at what you missed, look at what we robbed from you. I believe she can no longer answer our questions. Seems just familiar with this sort of thing. I once heard a seaborn play a broken song aboard a ship. I apologize for underestimating you earlier, Irene. The land and the sea are connected. You may never experience the front lines of the seaborn conflict, but you've witnessed both what has changed and what has not, equal in their weight and cruelty. But for now, let me handle this. She's an Aegir. Irene sees Secunda walk past her side, stopping in front of the seaborn. The expressionless prefecta places her shield between the seaborn and the wall, covered in tanks, then raises her weapon at the once woman. Her journey ended. Her home close at hand. This song. She chose this place to sleep. The seaborn collapses to the floor. The commander's shield blocks its spurting bodily fluids from entering the hydroponic tanks. The seaweeds sway, quietly respirating. Pufferfish woman. What the hell? Bro! Also, I have to mention this again because every time I see the Seaborns in this event, I think of these bozos. These bozos from the Moomins. Look at them. It's just like them. Little funky boyos who do a little... Lucas explains someone later in the story. I mean, they look like cells or neurons, like brain cells, almost like neurons, or and so on. New hall on Arknights? What do you mean? Huh? What is this question? Yeah, neurons. They very much look like neurons. They have like the little top bit and their little hands are very much, they look like synapses. Synapses was the word I was looking for. They very much look like neurons, synapses. Moomins terrified me as a kid. Almost eldritch horror. Wow. I mean, there's some scary stuff in there, but specifically the Moomins, not just like the scary stuff in it. Oh, southern accent. Now hold on. Arknights? It's true, big W, huge W. I think we'll read BP5 at least. Well, read BP5 and then probably end for the day. Got hit by ads, oof. Did I read the... I also need to clean my glass a little. Get my glasses, I'll go blow my nose as well, and then we'll do BP5, and then I'll probably end it there for today. And then read the rest. Probably, yeah, Monday. I'll probably end up doing a Monday stream instead of a Tuesday stream to finish off the reading. Because I can't, if I do it on Tuesday, the event will actually have already ended, so. I also have to like clear everything. I haven't cleared like the EX maps. I haven't actually even cleared all the... I didn't clear the boss for this event yet. And then the EX maps is on. I have to go do that at some point. 5 is... I know 5 isn't the end, but there has to be a limit. I don't think I can finish it this time. Oh, we can read the... I wonder if... Can I read it from here? No, it doesn't let... Fuck, it doesn't let me open it. I have to go and like find it. Give me a second. I might be able to find it from elsewhere. Yeah, we'll have to speedrun the EX maps, yeah. I think someone posted them on a Discord and I could just read them from there, actually. I just need to scroll a little, I think. Where is all the... Someone posted a bunch of furniture at one point. Oh, there's the surgical gimbal. Was it the surgical gimbal? Was that it? Quite easy EXs, at least. Okay, then I found the right thing. You can barely read it, but... Stable surgical gimbal. Often used to move injured hunters or those undergoing surgery. Absolute stability ensures they will not be jolted or further harmed. Scotty installed an automatic rocking function. When not in use, she would rock back and forth for hours. Extremely important lore. Scotty just... Fucking Scotty. Dude, she made herself for like a rocking bed, you know, for like a baby. Silly woman. Yeah, I'll go by the bathroom again quickly, and then we just read BP5, and then I'll probably end it there, because then I have BP6, ST2, 7, 8, and whatever is at the end. Emergency fluffy tail replacement in Red's module. Yep. Very important. Be right back. There's a 9 as well. I don't care. I thought 8 would be the last one. So this is one of those like where it's like less stamina for some reason. Alright, okay, alright, so there is... Oh, 9 is without story? Interesting. Is it like a non-canon battle or something? Is it like the Steam Night fight or something where it's like a separate thing? I don't know. I mean, we'll see when we get there at some point. Well, I mean on Monday. Lethal Fate. The Aegir had forgotten the concept of fate, but must face theirs when matters spiral out of control. Hell yes, more voice logs! Voice log 33. Unknown language, unknown time. The Stargate's remodeling plan is an apparent success. We have re-established connection with Talos. A 2-year backlog of information has been flooding in, but it is bare of any good tidings. First it was the observatory stations on the asteroid belt, then the entire system's interstellar hub. Finally, the cruise fleets orbiting hospitable planets also fell into silence. Even the ancient colonial fleet turned into a nomadic museum was not spared the same fate. Along with these shocking revelations came similarly unexpected data left behind Valeria. Her notes resembled her very being, long-winded and inexhaustible. However, she seemed to have spent her last days repeatedly poring over literature and history alongside the technical documents, studying how these great men died, what their last words and epitaphs were. Epitaphs. Like a child on the day before their coming-of-age ceremony, rifling through their parents' wardrobe in a frantic search for attire dignified enough for an adult. Did she find her own life inadequate? Insufficiently weighty? No, she left practically all that she had at the Stargate. If she had lived in the past, wouldn't her achievements have been inserted into the annals of history? But now it seemed nothing more than a narrow door opened between 2 tiny locked rooms in the dark. What the weird weird cramp in my like jaw muscle? And 9 is a gimmick stage with no rewards. I mean 8? No, 8 is the one without. Oh, 9 has no rewards? I mean 8 still has Ori Prime or whatever. It just doesn't have a farm on it. Ow? Weird like cramp in my right jaw muscle. The fuck? Ow. Like hurts. Ow. Like stings. What the fuck? I've been reading too much. Sleeborn slime. No! I can't even talk. I said sleeborn slime. Ugh. Ow. Ow, seriously. What the fuck? It's like stings, man. What the fuck? Resist. Where were we? Everyone be long before the door is shut once more. In the end, the history of humanity has exceeded the bounds of humanity itself. Huh. Dude, I want more of these voice logs, man. I need more. Little handy from the Institute Facility Manager. Reading error occurred too. Run fault diagnostics. Do you need my help, Mr. Abatus? Oh, no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy. Abandoned? By who? Don't worry, that's not important. What brings you here, Jordy? I'm hoping to find something to do. We're clearly in dire straits and I'm sure this city is full of problems in need of solving. They just won't reveal themselves to me. Generally speaking, in that situation you should go to the Institute of Development Planning for an assessment. However, if you're looking for me specifically, I'll try my best to help you out. You're a highly experienced and respected scholar, after all. Many in the city call you Magister. Magister? My last work was The Death of Life, a book with no educational value whatsoever. I read it, actually, although I couldn't understand much with so many cryptic words, like starship, stargate. It seemed like from another world. It was. Another world. You're right about that. But I find myself undeserving of the title of Magister. Oftentimes I find myself lost in confusion. Jordy, do you remember when I told you that blood ties were unimportant? I do, but I may have been a bit misleading. Probably did care a little for blood relations. Relationships themselves are an excellent lead to follow. When one is lost, one ought to find a connection to reality, be it a life or an ideal, and seek a way out. Otherwise you'll end up like me, sinking into an extended questioning of the value of your own existence. If I may be so bold, can I ask your own relationship is someone very close to me? How exactly? She shared the same thoughts and goals, and would enrich both my spirit and my ideas. I loved her as ardently as I loved Aegir, as well as everything we've done for it. I lived the life surrounded by mountains of prehistoric material written in their strange script and incomprehensible grammar. I enjoyed the process of translating into Aegirian text. That was how we met. I still remember how she'd throw herself into her work. Her eyebrows seemed to dance whenever she talked about something of interest to her. And when I told her so, in those exact words, she actually went to the Institute of Physical Art to find out if eyebrows could dance for real. What a strange form of art. Did they manage it? Strictly speaking, no, but some of their researchers were inspired to later develop the technology to make hair dance on its own. Important development. We've experienced a catastrophe that silenced the entire sea, and the seaborne continue to threaten our existence. But I remain committed to exploring science, art, and our vision for the future. Lava bridges that pump power from the planet's mantle, aquatic artery hubs that transform currents into fountains, artificial suns illuminate the depths of the oceanic abyss, and the ecological bases filling the barren sea floor with life. Oh, I had trouble reading. We persist in transforming what the predecessors lost into mystical megastructures. We only need a spark to spore on countless inventions. 150 years is truly too short. 150 years? Yes, the average lifespan of an Aegir. Downloading lore, their age lore. Short, you say. The more dangerous the era, the more valuable our creations become. We firmly believed in living fulfilling lives, and would gladly have gone to our end without regrets as we passed down the fire of civilization. We planned an educational system we believed was better than the Institute of Incubation. Once our child was born via the incubator, we would raise him ourselves. He would possess a surging spirit and fresh ideologies and become part of a more creative generation. It is unusual to raise children personally, but we had hoped to pass on the values we treasured from the fulfilling lives we'd lived. So, what happened to her? Dead? Remember the predecessor mentioned in The Death of Life? He took shelter in an unknown refuge as he watched the sky pressing down on the earth every day. He already had a premonition of his own end. There's nothing he could do but calmly welcome its advent. But that's someone else's life, a life far too distant from ours. Is it, though? Are we not currently going through the same things? Give it 50 years, maybe 100, and even the vast ocean may longer hold a single drop of pure water. The seaborn have unwittingly overrun the ocean faster than we can create, devouring we were once proud of, turning survival into our only priority. I watched as she was engulfed by despair. One day, she calmly gave up on our idea of raising our child ourselves. After all, everything we have inherited would only be lost in an era predestined to perish. 5 years ago, the abyssal hunters went to the lair of the firstborn. No one returned alive. Soon after, she got sick and died in depression. Our son was successfully born in the incubator, but I sent him to the Institute of Incubation. Wait a minute. Hey, could he be a dad of Cassia? Or... Yeah, this was his attitude, yeah. It was because of this backstory, yeah. Died in depression. This was also when I began questioning the meaning of my own existence. My apologies, Jordy. I was supposed to be providing you guidance, wasn't I? I've already severed my relationship with the real world, but perhaps you have someone or something you have ties with? But I gave up chasing Brelgon long ago. Can't waste even more time chasing an unreachable shadow. Maybe I could delve into the notes he left and learn how he developed his tech, and not just because I might be his descendant, but because you also have talent and dreams in that field. You can try the beacon tower then. Brelgon was involved in its reconstruction, so if you're familiar with his handiwork, perhaps you could help them out. Every Aegir leaves their own quirks in their writings, theories, or technologies, but sometimes all you need to sort out a trickier part is someone more familiar with the author. Thank you, Miss Ravitus. Advisor Blandis, are you alright? Of course, of course. The cultist failed to stop me from performing the surgery on the hunters. I'm asking about your physical condition. Thanks, Secunda. I see you're still... Given your strange aversion to medical aid, someone has to confirm you're alright. Although judging from your condition, I'm guessing I'm not the first to try sending you to the hospital. Perhaps the waterway program is too overwhelming. I'm something of a doctor myself, so I do know how to keep myself healthy. Healthy enough to not slow down the program, anyway. Something of a scientist myself. Bombastic side-eye for by Secunda. You know, you should take a look at the plant the cultists were using to kill people. It's difficult to imagine some of the Institute of Ecological Art using it as paint. Well, seeing how you're not in any immediate danger, I'll need you to cooperate with my investigation. I saw Ulpianus recently. I see you have too. Only briefly, at the Sophon Theatrum. I need you to report this. Catching a momentary glimpse of a familiar figure is hardly worth reporting. I'm not joking around, Advisor Blandis. The data scientist case has been confirmed to be a murder by the cultists, and it may be related to the assault on the lab. Ulpianus seems to know the victim well and openly expresses distrust of Aegir. Apparently my throat is reaching its limit. He's always been like that, more action than words, and never unwilling to reveal his reasons. His unique style doesn't explain all the doubts about him. I still need to check if he's linked to several church cases. Secunda, do you really like any other leads or suspects more worthy of investigation? Or should I ask, is this obsession with Ulpianus merely your own whim? Secunda, I'm the one who rejected your application back then. What did you just say? I said it was me who rejected your application to volunteer to become an abyssal hunter. Ulpianus concurred. I was the one who officially rejected you. Why? I saw your documents from the Institute of Development Planning. You were in genetic research in the box asking for your aspirations. Then you had to look at another file to see that becoming a hunter was one other of my aspirations. He considered you extremely talented, even among the participants of the Abyssal Hunter project. During our technical discussions, you were the only one to ask Ulpianus 10 questions in a row and get answers for all of them, the highest record for a freshman researcher. The earlier transformation techniques were dangerous and unreliable. We were always searching for a better integration method. It was ultimately your theories that advanced the program's technology. I considered it an honor back then, at least. But the program itself is nothing to be proud of, Secunda. The concept was born nearly 2 centuries ago, far cry from the average citizen's impression today. It was only 20-some years ago that Ulpianus made it into a reality. In the 100+ years before that, it was never afforded any systematic scrutiny or research, only endless debates. To exploit our countrymen and integrate the flesh of other species into ourselves to save our humanity was tantamount to toppling the very foundations of Aegir. But Ulpianus is a decisive man. He can abandon his research, ideals, emotions, and even his humanity without a shred of hesitation. The sole principle he abides by is to benefit Aegir. And perhaps he will save Aegir someday, but our country should not be founded upon boundless self-sacrifice. Ulpianus understands better than anyone that his very existence is actually his country's woe. And so, the Abyssal Hunters do not need a second Ulpianus. Aegir should not have a second Ulpianus. Ulpianus, I said. There should be no one in Aegir who wishes to become another. I could practically hear him saying him. Hear him saying it, I'm assuming. I once joked to him how much better it would be if you were my student instead. Perhaps you could continue the research he and I used to work on. The evolution of Aegir cells, or perhaps you'd start a new field entirely. You could have become one of the leading scientists of our time, with the opportunity to explore the primordial mysteries of all existence and lead us into the future. Blandis, the two of you had no right. I'm sorry, Secunda. Did you start reminiscing about the old days just to tell me I shouldn't bear a grudge against Ulpianus? I did it so you'd see him in a new light. Being too eager to capture him will do neither of you any good. Aren't there any cultists ready and available for questioning? Don't forget your duties, Secunda. Where are they? First floor, in a booth in the equipment administration room. Do you need me to show you the way? I know where it is. Sea Patrol will take over the detainment of the criminals. I'm so sorry, but you can't go any further. We're currently... Wait, didn't I see you at the tribunal? I know you are. The emissary from land. Don't mind me asking, what exactly are your duties on this diplomatic mission? Oh, it is Doctor. Well. Oopee. The data scientist seemed to have completely transformed into a seaborn by the time she was found. It'd be difficult to obtain any further information from her, other than the fact that this set of data seems related to the waterway and the beacons. I finished analyzing the contents, the unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. Signals come from many spots within the city, and I've already inspected the port hub and any possible ships. The only remaining location is Lab C-22, one of the earliest Abyssal Hunter experimental research labs. You should be familiar with the place then? However, it is far livelier here than I can remember it ever being. Secunda's even deployed a garrison in the name of protecting Blandis. A hindrance. I'll help draw their attention if needed. I can manage the Sea Patrol for now. You should focus on the toughest target. Blandis. You would be the Doctor of Rhodes Island, yes? As you say? You say your institution helped diagnose and treat oripathy in our hunters, and now you hope to assist me with their organic regeneration surgery? That's exactly what I'm here for. Then you can leave with peace of mind. The Church's assault here was just a minor episode, and the hunters have already returned to their hibernation. I'll be constantly monitoring their physical condition, so your gaze, no matter how vigilant it may be, will be of little use in their recovery. I see the hunters were telling the truth. You really have a terrible sense of humor. I see they have developed a deep friendship with you while you were wandering about on land. Insist all you want, it doesn't change the fact that you will be of no help during the operation. I mean no offense. This place was just recently raided, so please return to where you came from or for your own safety. Blandis no longer pays you any attention, his gaze falling back onto the holographic projections before him. Through those squares you can clearly see Gladia, Scadia and Laurentina deep asleep in a transparent gel. You didn't manage to get a full grasp of Aegir's writing system before coming here. After days of fumbling your way through the city, you can still only recognize about half the symbols shown in the visuals. But you observe a more important phenomenon within them. Whenever Blandis selects an image, it would emit a faint beep. That is to say, every chosen image generates a corresponding beep on the monitoring unit. Could I help arrange the visual display? Of course, of course. I see you really want to stay. I won't force you to leave either. Seems you really do care for the hunters, and I like people like you. Little handy. The doctor is unfamiliar with the equipment of Aegir, so keep an eye on things. Understood. Doctor, as long as you don't touch anything you shouldn't, then... He starts fucking hacker man. The corridor's monitoring unit just beeped. Someone's looking in here. Another beep for the experimental cabinet in front and the corner further ahead. Seems to be some sort of pattern. Someone in the cold room is rapidly switching the order of the holograms back and forth. Doctor? What are you trying to tell me? This way, then. Doctor is... The operation is complete, Doctor. Thank you for your fast and furious cooperation. The hunters will need another 10 minutes to awaken, but I guarantee the procedure went without a hitch. So if you could now leave. The hunters seem to be deep asleep. They will unable to get any proper rest on land, despite what I'm sure was the best possible accommodation from you on Rose Island. Even now they've just only arrived home and yet now must rush back to the front lines. Single operation hibernation session is far from enough to restore them to full strength. Sounds like you tried your best. I wouldn't say so. If I fulfilled my duties, there's a fundamental difference between the two, after all. I believe you mentioned your expertise in the field of oropathy. Could you tell me what it's like to be a patient? Fight their fate for the rest of their lives. Fate? Means an inevitable direction or end. Interesting. Ancient sages once discussed the concept of fate, but it's been a long time since anyone has brought it up. You see, oripathy does not exist in the ocean, and most other diseases we manage to cure. We all choose our own paths in life, and the trajectory of our civilization is ours to define. For the longest time, we have forgotten what fate even is. Yet now, the ineradicable disease we've engraved into our hunters' blood cannot be dealt with medically. To borrow your concept, one may call such a problem fate. Each of the hunters held their own dreams, their own lives, but now they have no choice but to live alongside slaughter until they die themselves. We tried many methods to bring them back from this dead end, all to no avail. Even now. They're all awake. They're all awake. Path is life, no way. They seem to be in a hurry. I should get going too. It's been an honor to speak with you, Doctor. Hope you can take good care of them if given the chance. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. I was so waiting for Doctor to just like, you know, remember something and just start fucking going crazy on the tech. Blandis being like, what the fuck? This boy can computer. His name is only Blandis. It really is a name though. Sea Patrol? Ready to go interrogate me? Interrogate me? Interrogate? Never thought I'd have anything to do with that word. Should have thought of that when he intruded on the lab. What about before then? What makes you and I so different? Why interrogate me? What have I done to deserve to be questioned? Times like these, I feel like our methods are too gentle. When you're our envoy from Iberia, they're more than happy to incorporate punishment into the process. So if you're finished talking nonsense, state your identity. I'm a former roadside coral breeder. Motive? You ever paid close attention to the coral by the road, patroller? You hoped every cluster on every street would take on a different form or color, even different capabilities. Transport tubes pass through the cavity-filled cluster on the east side of the Sophron Theatrum, and under the glimmering tubes, the polyps glimmer back, patchworks of dots of light, like a nebula in miniature. But then there's around the port. As it happens, I have been paying close attention to some roadside coral recently, specifically ones growing in our experimental field, where an innocent data scientist died. Caught? Her dreams, her obsessions, her love for her seaweeds were as beautiful as the coral you speak of. But you murdered her. You asked a good question earlier. What makes you and her so different? So why are you still alive? What did she do to deserve death? She found what? Speak up. Or are you implying I should be asking Cassia this question? What is the church planning against the waterway program? Will it be attacking the beacon or the weapons? Speak. Church this, cultist that. Is it not used to being called names like that? Sure they're not just convenient excuses for you to arrest people? So-called church and its cultists? What part of them is holy, exactly? I don't worship any kind of imaginary entity, I just agree with how Cassia sees things. From the despair engulfing Aegir, she can see this nation's fragile nature. People place too much importance on the value of things, but are unwilling to recognize how fickle these values really are. They become worshippers at their altar. But now those values are crumbling away. Before Aegil falls completely into despair, someone must sound the alarm. Perry, you're just trying to loosen my lips. You won't get another word out of me. If you're feeling impatient, go ahead, scan my brainwaves. You got anything out of that either. Questioning you is the last respect I'll give you as a human being, scumbag. Maybe you believe yourself innocent and your actions free of conspiracy, but you will tell me everything I want to know. Now speak. A doctor can read someone with second rights? No way. Captain? It's almost time for us to leave, Scotty. I know it's urgent. The front line is barely holding ground against the Seaborn. Loss of 2 entire fleets is really hitting us hard now. According to their most recent missive, Legions 8 and 10 failed to regroup into formation. They are now mired in a bitter struggle. If the beacon cannot be deployed at the designated position within the nest, and the deadlock continues, it will mean the failure of the waterway program. Understood. The Legion fleets are about to launch an offensive across the entire front, at all costs, all to attract the Seaborn's attention. As for us, squeeze through the battlefield, infiltrate the nest, and deploy the beacon. Correct. How would you rate your current conditions, Scotty? I got some good sleep, at least. My first dreamless sleep since our last campaign. Situation in the city is getting more restive. Do you know where the doctor has gone? Nope. I know you want me to keep the peace and protect the doctor, Captain. You want me to stay. To be honest, I'm conflicted. Cleansing the sea of its dreg is our duty, but I'm also responsible for your safety. Have there been any signs of Isharmla stirring since we returned to the sea? If it has, it's been real quiet. Speaks up, I'll shut it up. Actually, I've got something to say to you, Captain. We've never been this cautious in our work before. We had our ways of handling this sort of thing. Church's god, the one the scum call Isharmla, really is inside me. Then if I ever go out of control, I want you to execute me on the spot. Simple as that. My heart's right here. I trust you won't miss. Scotty. I'm not finished. If you were a shark, start to fall under the influence and bow before I do, I wouldn't hesitate either. What I was going to say is that, with war close at hand, I can imagine nothing more reassuring to hear. Let's go. Miss Laurentina? Burp. No need for that dreary honorific, little bird. We're not strangers, are we? Laurentina? Considering how long we've been in this city, I'm surprised this is the first time we run into each one another. This is sad. Always wanted to make our brave little warrior on a real hunt in the depths. Sadly, the nest we're headed for is too far and too deep. No way to bring you along. It's alright, even if I had the option, I'd stay in Millennium regardless. Oh? Been a lot happening in the city lately. First time I wore deep water equipment and entered the ocean, I was immediately knocked out by the current. Hate to admit it, but I'd be dead weight out there. No need to talk like that, the first time is always rough. Anyway, I can do a lot more in the city than in the nest. Once you've completed your mission, Aegir's weapon systems start cleansing the area. I'll have to return to St. Carmen and make an urgent report on why the sea surface has changed. Ah, so you meant we were to be parted once more. That's right. I'd be offering all farewell gifts, but I wasn't expecting this before we left for Millennium, so I have nothing to give. Don't worry about it. We'll meet again. I won't be needing to drag you from the sea half drowned this time. I have a feeling our next reunion will be unforgettable in its own right. Oh, look. Scotty and Goody are coming. Take care of yourself, Florentina. Fucking Spectre and Irene. Finished with your chat? Yes, it's past time we left, hunters. Doctor. Seems you got the evidence you wanted? Yes, you've been a great assistance. So, what's the verdict? As previously mentioned, there are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. Seems the bulk of the work was handled by Lab C22, namely the facility we just infiltrated. While I do not fully understand the principles behind the beacon system or the Class 4 weapons, contents of the interactions can still be inferred. The coordination between the beacons and the weapons has been altered. As I surmise, the waterway program has been infiltrated at the highest level. As I surmise, did you doubt the program from the start? Correct. Even before it was conceived, I had my doubts about Aegir. From where? That decisive campaign. You were meant to kill the Firstborn, but you lost contact with your team. Scotty was left to take the burden. So you already know. Scotty trusts you more than expected. I put it together from what she said. She's not sure what happened herself. My dereliction was due to a moment of distraction. In a cave, or rather, cavity closest to Isharmala's core, I noticed something that should not be there. Crude piles of meat, turbid mucus. At first I assumed they were nodules of its body, but then I saw clearly the measuring scales and flow channels around them. A corroded water flow meter. One from Aegir, a design hundreds of years old, one that now exists only in museums. Hundreds of years old? Based on the degradation, it had sat within Isharmala's body for 2 centuries. But I have been told that no Aegir had ever managed to reach the Firstborn before us. That is to say, before Aegir was even aware of it, its people had secretly come into contact with the Firstborn. The undercurrents beneath tranquil Aegir are more turbulent than anyone could imagine. I also found something odd while you were out. As soon as the hunters awoke, they left. They were being used to break the deadlock at the front. I can imagine the mission they have been assigned: bypass the front lines, advance to the nest, and deploy the beacon. First support, now the linchpin. It's too quick. The advisors seemed more anxious than them. They left the lab at the first opportunity. Blandus. And I fear we too must act as quickly as possible. If the coordination between the beacons and weapons has been tampered with, then there's only one place to go. Core of the waterway program, the beacon launcher. As for you, I'll go see the one who gave the order, Consul Clementia. Sassibaka? The Aegir Sassiness? What are they up to? I think that's a decent, I mean, it's not actually kind of not like the best stop to end, but yeah, I think my voice might also be reaching a bit of a limit. Constantly having to feel like I'm adjusting constantly. Nice cliffhanger to stop with. Exactly. Exactly. Because yeah, because we've read for about, how long have I been live? Okay, I've been live for 4 hours, so we've read for over 3 hours. So there's probably about 2-ish hours left, I think. 2, maybe another 3, 2-ish. What do you think of salmon with buttered asparagus? Very tasty. Salmon, good. Asparagus, good. Oh, it's Ulpianus! Ulpipi, he speaks! Ulpipi speaks. Good work on the narrating. Rest, dehydrate. Rest, dehydrate? And rest your vocal cords. Yeah, I mean, Samir, if you weren't also aware, I also read all of chapter 14. That was like I think it was 17 hours of stream time to get through all of chapter 14. That was a wacky one. And also all of Babel, but that was a bit less time. Chapter 13 fucking... It took 3 streams to get through all of chapter 14. And like, one of them was like 6 hours, and one of them like 7 hours. Silly. Yeah, chapter 14 was really long. It was really long, but also like, I mean, it was slightly needlessly long. Vocal cord is gonna sick. I mean, genuinely though, because I was reading, because Babel and chapter 14 were, you know, both, they were back to back. When I was reading through Babel, I felt it in my vocal cords more. By the time that I was reading through chapter 14, they'd somehow like gotten used to it, and I actually didn't feel like much discomfort with my vocal cords, even though I was reading for like 7 hours straight. Which is kind of weird. Training arc, actually. In CN was 250k word count, so assume the English is longer considering natural two language and nature of the two languages. Actually, it's the opposite way around, actually. Chinese word count is per character, so the English word count ends up being a smaller number, if that's what you mean. God, this menu is really loud though. This menu music is so loud for this particular, like, whatever. But I don't know how, obviously, how long it would... I don't know anything about, like, actual reading time. Maybe actually reading Chinese might be faster than English, yeah. And then also, you know, sometimes the translation is not, you know, the best. Like, chapter 4, the first half of chapter 14 was a little bloated and kind of not the best. But then the second half was very cool. So all good. But yeah, so yeah, we'll probably finish this on Monday. I'll stream Monday instead of Tuesday. I was quite surprised to learn who voices Teresa after all this year. Singer from Fiction Jung. Oh. And that's, wait, this is our only... Yeah, because that's what... I actually never checked into it. Yeah, because indeed, I have not heard her voice like anywhere else. I actually haven't heard of Fiction Junction. But God, she has such a nice voice. It's so good. They found like gold, man. I don't know how they got her, but they fucking did. Secunda and LPP lines next stream? Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't have like any of Secunda's lines unlocked. Well, no, never mind. What the fuck am I talking about? I don't need to. Well, I don't have the promotion lines. But obviously, she is currently getting trust. How much trust does she have, actually? She's in here, obviously. Okay, she's only at 69. Wow. She's quite low. Yeah, Lucilla as well, yeah. Well, wait, I don't have Lucilla at all. I got Ulpi in so fast from the rolls that I didn't get a single Lucilla while I was rolling. But yeah, okay, we continue this on Monday, and hopefully, yeah, the reading maybe takes another 2 hours, so then after that we can go through some of the operator files or something like that afterwards. And I'll probably I'll go and like, maybe during the weekend or something, I'll clear, or even later now or something, I'll just like speed run the maps just to complete them, because time is indeed running out. But tomorrow I'll probably be playing something with friends around the usual Saturday stream times, and then yeah, next Monday we'll finish reading this event and get all the rest of the lore. Man, the little tidbits, so far my like favorite part has been the little tidbits, the little voice recordings for the previous Civilization stuff. It's just like hearing those little bits and pieces, especially now that we know more. It's like you can make so many little connections and ideas and get an idea on, like, whoa, what was it like? Sucks having to keep rolling for 5 stars. Well, I sure didn't keep rolling. I just needed Upi and that was it. Also, wow, I actually have some... Okay, it's just one. It's one that's just expired. But yeah, for now, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. See you next time. Goodbye. Goodbye. Where's my... Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye.